Hello and welcome to Break the Meta, brought to you by Raider.io, where a group must pick an off-meta eligible spec and have the highest M+ character score by the end of the event. We would like to thank Raider.io for putting this together and allowing us to cast tonight. But of course, I'm joined by some incredible co-casters, some analysts. Let's start on the, is this my left? My left-hand side, Co. How are you? Are you excited for tonight? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm always excited to spend an evening with you, so this is a beautiful time for me. And I look forward to see your ever-expanding collection of hats.
Of course. Thank you, Go. And below, we've got Zippy, new to our cast, but we are very, very excited to have him on with us. Zippy, talk to me about tonight. What are you looking forward to?
I mean, you know me, I play a lot of tanks. I'm looking forward to seeing what the tanks can pull off. And whether any of these groups have put any thought into what healers to pair with their tanks. Some of them pair better than others. And see if there's any interesting routes that people are running. I'm not necessarily super up to date on the newest routes always, but people come up with new stuff all the time. It should be fun to see. And all the classes that are being played are dear to my heart. Except
Awesome.
Paladin.
Except Paladin. Wow. That's a big statement. And if you know us, we're going to have some fun tonight, definitely with stuff like that. Now, last but not least, our glorious leader of the Starship community, Control. Control, tell me, what are you most excited about this evening? And please let us know your secret, which I think everyone in chat needs to know.
I am just massively hyped that Windwalker is going to be featured in a contest. So I'm a Windwalker main. I only play Windwalker. I started as a rogue, moved to Windwalker, stayed as a Windwalker. So yeah, let's see some cool Windwalker moves.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Control, for that. Windwalker. We'll be looking out for the Windwalker, I'm sure, as many of us have our mains that I know that we lean towards and we like a lot. So we'll see that as we go through. Now, over the next 4 hours, we'll be able to see the warrior charge and set the pace, or maybe a holy priest mass dispel their group to victory. Many things are going to be happening today. Well, break the meta. Let's start right now. Okay, we're going to have the first one here. Now, let's have a talk about these specs. Co first. Talk to me about some highlights you're looking for this evening, and maybe there's some spec here you're looking for.
I'm trying to make it out. Are we to walk straight into a Windwalker?
I believe we have.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. The guy doing production has put us straight into a Windwalker. What a surprise.
So
I mean, you've got to look for the most off-meta things, right? So, I mean, Windwalker, you've found it straight away, so I guess. And I guess that's an arms warrior. So, yeah. I mean, I'm happy. I've been to the priest, though, so I guess you're pretty sad.
I am pretty sad, but it's fine. I'm sure we'll have some as we go. Now, Co, talking about DPS classes, Adam, Control, if you could bring up maybe what DPS classes are available this evening. Co, talk us through these. What are you looking for just before we hop back into the run?
Well, I want to see if Destruction Warlock played outside of the MDI can hold the amount of damage it did holding the MDI, which was just an insane amount. But the thing that you always want to see from this kind of event is the really underrepresented specs. Yeah. Just come and maybe surprise us. So pretty much, it can be the majority of the right-hand side of that list. It would probably be the least played stuff.
Affliction and marksmanship, probably, I would say. Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can see the stats on the Radio.io website. I think the lowest played was Feral, perhaps. Feral didn't even have a number next to it, which was, I mean, I don't know how you feel about cats, but
I'm a dog person myself, but it's fine. But no, it'll be exciting to see some of these DPS spec as we go through. Now, before we do jump into the run, let's have a quick look at their tanks and the healers. I know that's something that's near and dear to me and Zippy. So Zippy, talk to me a little bit about the Brewmaster Guardian Protection. Which one do you lean toward in this sort of competition?
I mean, personally, I lean towards Brewmaster. It deals a lot of damage. Their set bonus is really good at keeping them alive this season. In general, they're good at staying alive, provided their healers can help them out with their stagger when they're in trouble. Yeah, I think Brewmaster for me. Guardian has struggled a little bit with rage generation in places, but I also know that it has been a favorite spec of one of the groups that have done really well at the event so far. So I guess Guardian is doing pretty good. And of course, Prot Warrior, it's a wall. It's very hard to kill a Prot Warrior if
So-
they're using their defensives correctly.
So the warrior is the strongest, is what you're saying.
It's the most durable, probably.
But it's
It
the
certainly puts out the highest mitigation.
best from that list. Just to be clear, it's the best.
What's he getting at? What's he getting at? Go on.
Yeah, what are you getting at? Because personally, I think Brewmaster is the best class here, but I also know it's not the most played of these classes, which is probably a double problem.
We are going to be seeing a Brewmaster very, very shortly, along with that Windwalker. I just want to quickly have a look at these healers here. Of course, on that list, I'm going to say Holy Priest coming in at number 1 on top. Of course, they had that mini little rework. The damage has increased greatly. I'm excited to see if something like that happens tonight. Preservation, near and dear, is one of my first mains when it came out. Really, really excited to see that. And the other 2 specs too, bringing in a punch. It's going to be exciting this evening. We're going to jump straight back into now Brewmaster with that Windwalker, looking as well over at the Restoration Shaman and I believe an Arms Warrior. A death coming up as we go straight on. Maybe this is the Caster Curse. Maybe this is the reason. Yeah, this has to be the Caster Curse. It's they're on this boss here. So let's talk about this team composition and how they work together. I'll start with you, Zippy. What do you think about the Brewmaster with this Restoration Shaman? I know you said you wanted to see that the synergy between the two. Is there decent synergy in this group?
I would say so. I mean, Brewmasters love getting hit by heal overtimes because they can generally manage their health bar not dropping like a rock pretty well. They have some insane defensives, and Stagger takes care of the rest if they do mess it up. So a healer like Resto Shaman, they can put out a little bit of regen, and then if they absolutely need to, they can burst pretty hard as well with their totems. So I think the Brewy is probably pretty comfortable here.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, they're on this boss right now. It's a pretty good Brewmaster boss. They have great magic mitigation, which is hugely required for this boss.
Exactly. And Bish Bash Bosh, they have completed the dungeon. It's good to see that they've got through here to the end. A couple of deaths we saw. I'm sure they're going to go at it again. We'll see if their route can improve. Maybe their time can improve. It's exciting to see. Now, Arms Warrior Co. Talk to me about Arms here. Is this something that you've played before and you're excited to see, or is it sort of a new thing for you?
I mean, I'm excited to see it, right? Because Warrior's always fun to see, but you've got to go. I mean, you could go Fury, really, don't you? If you have the choice, or you go Prot. I like Arms Warrior. I really like the class fantasy of it all. It just doesn't keep up with the rest of the DPS, really. Unfortunately, wouldn't say it's the least useful. I wouldn't quite go that far. It's really high burst AoE, but when you actually need that kind of stuff as its main thing it brings, like what does it really bring to a group? Let's say rallying. And
yeah,
what?
I mean, that's right, and I think that's what we're going to see tonight, really, Co. We're going to see just what that Arms Warrior can bring to the comp here, and maybe they can help with the times. We're having a look at the leaderboard as well. We can see a couple of those Arms Warriors, and also the Paladin as the healer, and of course that Druid. Now, before we get to you, Control, about the Windwalker, I want to talk about the replay system from Raider.io. We do see that this team, if we can have a look at the team over here, we do see that the team is using the system, as also pointed out in chat. So be conscious that you can use Raider.io's replay system. It's a really great feature. Do have a look at that. Now, Windwalker Control. What's the vital thing that you're thinking of that they can bring to this comp? Why are they not played, but you're excited to see them played today?
I think Windwalker got a raw deal as when the buff that Windwalkers bring to the the group got passed on to Mistweaver and Brew as well. So that was the main reason to bring them into a group. Now it's not, so they have to really, really pull their weight. Right now, I think we're really, really strong on AoE. especially if you build into the Touch of Death build, which hits multiple targets. Fatal Flying Guillotine, I think it might be called. Yeah, it's and also they're a lot of fun to play. That's why I've stuck with it for so long. Don't break your mastery, so don't hit two things, two of the same ability back to back, and then and spin and hit things really fast. It's great.
But with the Windwalker, isn't their toolkit is really nice? It's just the lack of damage.
Yeah, I mean they're pretty strong in Mythic Plus, to be honest with you. Struggle a little bit with single target on raid. They've been buffed a few times, but I mean, more than anything, they're a lot of fun to play, like I mentioned. But they do have a lot of utility. Yeah, Ring of Peace is probably the most valuable CC ability in the game, right? So yeah, Ring of Peace, really fast cooldown on an interrupt. Leg sweep's essential. So AoE stun, everything really. And yeah, everyone should roll Windwalker.
Oh my goodness!
They can roll.
They can roll for sure, exactly. And we have seen in the upcoming Mist of Pandaria sort of rework, you will be able to roll. Everyone will be able to roll, which can be fantastic. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But while we wait for the next group to get in, let's have a look. I know you've got something lined up here for us, Control. So we're going to have a look at that in just a moment. We're going to have a look at one of the streams that we've seen previously. We've got another warrior, and this is the Protection Warrior this time, not the Arms Warrior. Talk to me, Zippy, about the Protection Warrior. What are we looking out for?
Like I said, they're a big wall. I notice this guy specifically, he brings Shockwave as well, so he's a good warrior. He brings his CC, unlike most. Hopefully that can be addressed for warriors soon with War Within, but right now they have to invest a lot of talent points to get the CC. So the fact that he's bringing it probably means he respects this key quite a bit, and he's aware that things in here can absolutely delete him if he's not careful. Warrior's usual weakness ends up being magic damage. Whenever they don't have spell block or spell reflection up, they're suddenly very vulnerable. All they have is ignore pain and whatever long mitigation cooldown they want to use. So hopefully we see him manage his shield block and his ignore pain well enough that he shouldn't get blasted by anything unexpected, and hopefully he'll manage to CC everything that can blast him unexpectedly.
Yep, and I think Control here, if we can move forward just a little bit to get into this dungeon. I think they're about to head in soon. I'm really excited to see this run as well. Waycrest Manor, one of my favorite dungeons to do. And of course, talk to us about the DPS that they're going to be bringing here. What are you looking out for specifically, and who's really going to be the MVP, do you think?
What do I think? I'm not entirely sure what I think about it all, to be honest with you. I'm really looking forward to seeing Shaman DPS. That's one of the things I've been really curious about, to see what they're all like. But I really have a soft spot for rogues. I really do. I know they're not like necessarily going to be high up on the list. I mean, I guess Sub Rogue is quite high up, which I assume is what he's playing. But Ellie can pump for sure. And Sub Rogue, I just love it. I just love the class fantasy of Sub Rogue. I don't really care how much damage they do. I tried to play them in Arena earlier in the expansion as well, and that went horrifically badly for me. But I still had fun doing it, which is, I guess, what counts, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Also, you promised to be my priest heal in Arena, and you never came.
Well, I tell you what, War Within, I'll be right there with you. Don't you worry. I'll be there by your side.
Yeah, Dragonflight will be there with...
Yeah, exactly. Now, for those of you out there, of course, we are associating with Raider.io, who is bringing Break the Meta to you all. And we're very, very hyped to be a part of it, and we want to thank them a lot for having us on. Of course, we are part of the Starship community. I know we've got a couple of Starshippers in chat, and a couple of friends as well. Hello to you all out there. It's going to be a wonderful evening tonight. Do grab yourself what's Friday evening, right? So maybe a beer. And we're going to grab a beer, maybe a cup of coffee, a strong coffee, a tea, wherever you're from. Maybe from the UK, grab yourself an Earl Grey, and sit down, relax. We're going to have a wonderful evening together. Now, having a look over here, they are on the first boss. We can see that the protection warrior coming through pretty clutch, as Zippy said would happen, and they are able to get through it as quick as possible. Looking over in the chat here, we've got some red wine shout outs. Anyone here? Any red wine fans? I know Control, you've had a glass in your hand from time to time.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry to change the subject, but going back to the run that's currently on now, this is actually the current leading run. Sorry, it's been bumped, but this is Picker. So this is top of the table replays from yesterday, actually.
It's
Okay,
a plus
awesome.
29, which is very high
Yeah.
for, especially on a tyrannical week. These bosses might end up dealing an unexpected amount of damage, but
Yeah.
I'm sure it's nothing new for these players.
You're right. It's nothing new for these players, and I think something that we do need to talk about is the communication and also the teams you run with. I think there's something to be said about running with the same team all season, getting to know each other, interrupts, stops, things like this. You're on the same page and you can get through these dungeons. And I think it gets easier and easier. And you're right, they're doing a really high key, but I think this team has worked well together leading up to this point. Talk to me, Co. Communication. I know as also a PvP player, that's vital. How do you think communication works in this M+ situation, especially during this tournament with off-meta specs? Do you think it's a vital? Does it play a vital role in them succeeding?
Yeah, it has to. Obviously, it's going to always depend on how high up they want to go. And just to reiterate the rules, it's a plus 17 with all eligible specs, right? So there's going to be a couple of levels. There's going to be the sort of people who've done it before many times on maybe meta characters and just come in and have a laugh, and it's all easy enough for them. But if you want to try and push towards becoming the highest rated in your class to get those extra prizes that Rid.io is providing, then you really do have to go in with a proper plan and work it all out, map it out. This is what my class is going to do here. This is what we're going to do X, Y, Z. It's not one of the let's say the beauties of M+ is you can genuinely plan the whole thing before it happens. It's not really going to do anything unexpected.
Yeah,
unless
sorry
it
to
bugs
interrupt
out.
you, Co, but if we can have a quick look at just this other stream, it's talking about exactly what you're sort of alluding to, is that planning of the routes and things like this. So you're right, Co. I think it's really vital to plan everything down to a T, looking at this here. So what do you think about this sort of strategy using these tools like Mythic dungeon tools? Maybe Zippy, you can comment on this. Is this something that you use going into dungeons?
This is something that I always mean to set up and never do, and we just end up winging it. But that's also why I don't push very high keys. Whereas these players will need that kind of coordination. And I will say in the previous run as well, I noticed they pulled mobs into the boss, which is typically a pretty risky strategy. But when you're fighting for speed, you're going to need all the pulls you can get.
Yeah.
So presumably that was pre-planned and not a mistake.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about with sort of the group dynamic and playing with each other often. You get to the point where you know the limits of your team, and you'll be able to push further, right? So you can get to your limits and think, hey, how do we make this better? How do we make this more efficient? We're about to see another run here from one of our BTM streamers. Now, of course, if you're out there and you're running in this competition and you want to have your stream showcased, !BTM in your title, we'll be able to pick that up and we'll be able to see your runs and see really what people are putting together here. Exciting to see. Now, here we've got a rogue. I'm not particularly familiar with rogues, to be honest with you. Not a class that I sort of lean toward as the priest main. Any of you have any sort of experience with a rogue and sort of how they work in these dungeons?
Well, I mean, at the minute, the best is going to be Outlaw, closely followed by Assassination and Subs. But Outlaw's something where I think if you're a really good player, then Outlaw is a fantastic test for you, in my opinion, because of how you interact with Roll the Bones, and you have to track a lot more than you would on Assassination and Sub, in my opinion. Or maybe it's just because I'm old and I'm no longer able to do it. Maybe that would be a reason why I can't keep up with Outlaw anymore. But yeah, I think all the rogue specs are well up there. They all have their place. Maybe not. They're not exactly going to fit into the most meta comp you can possibly have, which was what we saw in the MDI. I can't think I remember seeing a rogue actually.
No.
So yeah, they definitely have their place in terms of pure numbers and the utility, but maybe just not for this specific season.
Okay. I just want to touch on very briefly, as we see on screen now, a little bit of out of the game sort of stuff. What can you do to prep? We can see our streamer here incredibly relaxed, incredibly ready to jump into the dungeon. I think here they're setting up, preparing, as we've talked about, because it's important. It's important to get these runs solid, quick, and it's easy to do. Now, let's talk a little bit as we wait for this run. Talk about our dungeons. We've played through this season, played through these dungeons multiple times. What dungeons are your favorites? Control, let me go to you. What's your favorite dungeon so far this season?
Well, this season, so I'm a huge fan of Warcraft. I love the aesthetic. I think it's absolutely amazing. It's one of the best dungeons they've ever made. However, I also like Atoll Desar this season. I think that's really cool. Apart from the last boss can be a bit annoying. Yeah, I mean, from the dungeons that are coming next season, though, I don't dislike any of them. Maybe not the flying one. I forget what it's called. Yeah, anyway, the flying one. But yeah, all the other ones, absolutely great. So looking forward to the change, to be honest. I will miss Waycross, though, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I agree with you. Atoll Desar looks really cool as well. And Darkheart Thicket and Waycrest are, I think, are really cool. I really, for some reason, do not get along with the Dawn of the Infinite dungeons. I just can't. And Throne of the Tides is difficult. Once again, maybe it's just me being old and not being able to do it. It was just the problem. But like, yeah, they're problematic for me.
Yeah, I mean, you're problematic though, Ko. So that makes sense. Zippy, which dungeon really spoke to you? Which one jumped out to you as, yeah, this is the one that I could run time and time again and farm, and it would be absolutely great?
I mean, I'm the opposite of Coop. I love Dawn of the Infinite. The moment they released that dungeon, I ran it weekly on multiple characters every week because I think the mechanics in there are really fun. I love the little racing thing that you have to do. Getting good at that takes a lot of effort. The bosses, I think it might be because I'm primarily a tank main. The boss mechanics are pretty interesting to resolve as tank. There's some pull strategies that you can do around the arena that actually matter a lot for a lot of the bosses. And your positioning matters a lot for a lot of the bosses, which is more or less all of tanking a lot of the time. So yeah, I'd love me a Dawn of the Infinite.
Awesome.
Yeah, I've seen you in it a lot actually. Well, when it first came out, I saw you, like, every time I logged on, it seemed like you were in Dawn of the Infinite Dungeon. I don't know how
I
you
was
did
trying
it.
to solo a lot of them.
Of course you were.
Going back to that, actually, I forgot about the Dawn of the Infinite dungeons. I think those last two bosses are some of the best designed bosses we've ever had. I think they're brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, I am a fan of most of the dungeons, to be honest with you. Maybe as a healer, I think I like the challenge of the harder dungeons. I think they're all pretty fun. I'm looking forward to next season, though. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. While we're sort of looking through this dungeon here, there's sort of not much action as they're going toward the first boss, but this Mist of Pandaria Rewind remix. What do you guys think of it? Are you excited?
I'll let you go first, Sippy.
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm definitely going to play it when it comes out. I'm not going to go on PTR for it because I want to actually experience it. I didn't play Mr. Pandaria, but Mr. Pandaria content is some of the stuff I enjoyed the most when I came back to the game around BFA, when I was sort of exploring what had happened in the game since I left. Mob definitely stood out to me as one of the places I would have loved to have played on content. So now I get that, but extremely modified by the sounds of it, which is fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the raids in MOP. I for some reason was playing on the US server and raiding at like 1 in the morning in MOP. Don't ask me why. It was university. Lots of strange things happened. Um, and because Pico said that she might ban me if I say any strange stories, I'm going to avoid what happened at university for me. But yeah, I love the raiding. I love the dungeons, and I'm really looking forward to it. Honestly, I will be all over it, all over it. I won't say
Yeah.
like what, just all over it.
Yep, we'll keep that in for after midnight. So yeah, I'm really excited for Miss. I think it's gonna be cool. Control now. Let me talk to you about pandas. Okay, talk about this pandas. Are you a fan of the panda? Are you a player of the panda? What are you?
I am no. Well, I love pandas in real life. I'm not like anti-animals or something like that. But I actually had to roll a panda death knight to get one of our guild achievements for us, one of the meta ones. But as soon as we'd got the achievement, I paid to switch back to human again because I just wasn't feeling it. However, I quit in I quit in Cataclysm and came back in BFA. So I've never actually played through Pandaria, so I'm really looking forward to this. I think
Awesome.
I've heard a lot of good things. I don't know if we're going to get the raids or anything like that because I've not really read too much of that article yet. But I heard that Throne of Thunder was one of the best raids ever made, for example, things like that. And if that sets the standard for the expansion, I'm looking forward to playing through it for sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good time, especially them trying new things out. For me personally, I'm a fan of the aesthetic. I know I'm looking at chat now. There's a 50-50 divide. People are excited or they're very much not excited. So I think that's good to see that there is options for people to play. There's so many different game types now, and I think that's an amazing thing to do. Now, let's bring this all back as we get into the first boss here of the dungeon. We're going to see them start the boss and deal that incredible damage as I saw the trinket prop there on the rogue to get that damage out, the burst damage coming through, hitting this boss as hard as they can. Now, if we look at the setup, we've got the rogue, we've got the druid, warrior, paladin, and the mage. This is the first time we've seen the mage in one of our streams here. Now, Zippy, talk to me about this this first boss here. Let's talk about this first moment and what the DPS needs to be looking out for because we see those axes coming out and things like this.
I mean, I think on this first boss, if you die, it's probably because you didn't end up CCing the ads well enough and they ended up hitting him during the intermission. His mechanics while you're fighting him are relatively basic. Don't stand in the frontal, don't stand in the purple swirly thing, and if he suddenly turns around and throws something at you, then probably move out of the way.
Yeah.
But these groups, since they're not, well, maybe they're running their most comfortable specs, but they're certainly not running the most meta specs, and they might not have as much CC as some groups. As far as I can tell looking at this, I mean, they have pretty good CC in this group specifically, so hopefully they're going to be fine with the ads. If they can single target long-term CC a couple of them and then focus some others, that would make it really smooth, but we'll see how they resolve it.
Exactly. And of course, they've got the affixes to deal with in this plus 30, which is something to note as well. It is a plus 30. But we're seeing now going through in the boss about 60% health left as they soon will move to that phase that Zippy was talking about the CCing the ads. And there's different ways to deal with it. I know we've saw in the MDI there's a way to deal with it, but also groups maybe have their comfortable way to be able to get through the phase. Because of course the damage after the ads can be crazy high, right? They need to have those cooldowns available. And that's maybe where this paladin does sort of stand tall with being able to deal with that damage on the raid. But we'll see what happens now as we head in through to this phase. Code, talk to me about the damage meters here. We've got that mage, the arms, the rogue. Mage sitting on top at the moment, but is this something we're likely to see throughout the dungeon, or are they going to chop and change who's going to be on top?
I don't think you're going to see, well, unless I'm going to be very surprised, and despite what my heart is telling me, I'd be very surprised if you saw the arms warrior near the top of that damage. But I mean, I hope and I pray that I am wrong. I'm going to imagine that it's going to be the rogue. I'm loving rogue, but arcane single rogue, and probably I'm going to go AoE for the rogue. I just have a feeling for this guy. He's playing it. He's confidently streaming it. I love
I'm
it.
sorry, you have a feeling for the. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
Come on, I'm gonna get banned because of you.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
already
yeah.
been warned.
I think we better say early on, this is something to note. We do like a bit of bant, so if in chat you've got anything to say to us, do throw it into the chat. Let us know. Of course, we have a Windwalker main on the desk here, so please make as much.
Hey.
Yep, go for it.
I'm just saying hi.
Oh, there you are. There he is, the Windwalker main.
You missed it. You should have said on the bench where he belongs.
Yeah, I mean, I was going there, but I didn't want to start being, like that so early. We've got a couple of hours tonight. We've got to smooth it out, So here we have 8% left on the boss. They dealt with the situation really well, as we talked about in that second phase with the ads coming in. The damage wasn't too much to overwhelm them. As we can see here on this plus 30, they're getting down to 5%. They need to be aware here. We don't want no silly deaths on the first boss, of course, as they are pushing through this plus 30. Of course, this week, Tyrannical, Entangling, and Bursting. Let's go through those. Talk to me. Control with his Windwalker. Talk to me about Entangling. I know for you it's not really a thing, right? But yeah.
It's my favourite affix. Spec into double roll, roll backwards, roll forwards. Done. Amazing.
Oh dear me. And of course you've got that is it Tiger's Lust that you can put on another player or yourself to help out as well?
Yeah, but I'm very selfish. That always goes on me.
Yeah, the fact that you didn't note that to start with makes me Windwalker for sure.
Hey, I'm not that selfish. You should see me on Spiteful Weeks because I pretty much save people's asses with Ring of Peace all the time.
I think we'd all like video evidence of that going forward. So yeah, Ko, talk to me about this bursting. Of course, I'll keep saying it, chat. As a priest, it's not really a thing, but if you're not really playing with a priest, talk to me about bursting and how you feel as a DPS. Do you feel, worried about when it's going to come up and things like this?
No, I mean, you just moan at the healer if you die, right? That's just the standard practice in all forms of WoW content. You just look at the healer and you tell them that they're doing an interesting job. I won't be toxic. No, I think there are definitely those classes that it becomes basically a nothing on. When you just have an immunity or you have an effect that can remove it easily enough. Generally playing Warlock, I mean, there's no immunity, but you have so many abilities to use as cooldowns and personals and hellstones that you should really be able to find a way of dealing with it. So it's not really so much of a problem for the things I play specifically.
Yeah.
So for me, it's all right. I think that bursting and entangling are probably the two, let's say, most liked affixes.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because they quote unquote do nothing, but I think they're probably the two most liked affixes by the community.
Okay. Well, talking about warlocks basically being tanks, Zippy, talk to me about tanks during these affixes. Do you really feel it, or is it something that it's not really, they're not really affixes for you, right? You're sort of
Yeah, I mean
emotions.
that's the thing. Entangling can be, it sort of depends who you have as a healer. In this group, for example, they have a Holy Paladin, so more than likely the Holy Paladin is just throwing freedom on our Guardian Druid, and then the affix doesn't exist for him, so he can position however the hell he wants, which is a very convenient strategy. But if you don't have a Holy Paladin that kicks ass, then suddenly Entangling can become kind of spicy, because it can be very difficult to move yourself out of the Entangling while not moving the mobs, or if you are moving the mobs, make sure that you're not pulling them into anything, you're not pulling them out of any allied abilities. There's a lot of small things that can go wrong with Entangling, but ultimately it doesn't affect you that much. And bursting, well, if you've died to bursting, then so has the rest of your team. So at that point, it has already gone wrong.
Yeah, and I think this is something to talk about: communication and cooldown management, not only from the healer, but from the team to help out the healer. I know it's something we see in sort of these higher level teams, and also just people running higher keys who understand you really need to help each other out, right? You need to be able to manage your cooldowns in a way that, hey, this big bursting event's happening, we have no mass dispel, maybe the healer doesn't have cooldown for it, let's help out and let's try and get them through it together, which is where teams who've been playing together longer normally strive. Now, I want to talk about this corridor here. This is sometimes a very difficult corridor, as I've seen definitely in pugs, when the archers come out and deal that sort of mass AoE damage to everybody. This is where we can see CC and stops being really, really beneficial. This group's doing phenomenally well. Control, talk to me about this sort of area. Have you ever had any issues running keys around this point of Blackrock?
Yeah, absolutely. The archers, that ability they're doing there with the frontal cone is really brutal if you position them badly. You generally get 3 hits from them as DPS and you're nuked pretty much. There are ways, there's pillars that you can use to line of sight things in a certain way. One of our community, Jay, is a huge fan of standing on the corner of one of these pillars because it line of sights them in a way that they all come in the same direction, and it's a lot easier to gather them up that way. But yeah, there's a couple of I think the scouts potentially a little bit problematic here. I've never had a problem with the scouts, but yeah, the archers for sure.
Okay. At this point, I do want to talk about UI. Now, I'm looking at a DPS's UI right now, and I don't see a healing meter. Now, Ko, talk to me about this. Is healing just not important to you?
Well, I mean, if you're alive, so it's a zero-sum thing. You're either alive or you're dead, isn't it? Like, why would I care about your healing numbers? I'm not competing with you.
Holy moly.
Am I?
Yep.
Like, look at this guy. This guy's playing amazing. He's using feint in all the right places, which is actually, to be fair, a pretty OP cooldown in terms of the AoE damage reduction, which I don't think enough rogues use. But like, why would I care what you do as a healer? Just keep me alive.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our DPS in 2024. Now,
Yeah.
they are about to move to the next boss here. Whilst they are on their way to the next boss, I do want to say another big thank you to Raider.io, of course, who are bringing us Break the Meta. And you can also be a part of this if you're streaming it, ! BTM in your stream, and we'll be able to see your runs and be able to commentate and have a look at what's going on, because this is really exciting. It's exciting to see off-meta specs thriving, absolutely thriving, as we are seeing this group heading toward this second boss. They're doing the strat of bringing in some of those mobs and tanking the boss in the corner. Zippy, from a tanking angle perspective, are you sort of telling the team here, I'm going to move the boss over here, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that? What's the communication like at this point?
Yeah, presumably this group, given that they're running a +30 and they even ran through a bit of the dungeon beforehand, it looked like they communicated a lot about this dungeon, so they probably knew this ahead of time. But if I was just running this casually, yeah, you would say that you're pulling it over. This is specifically a Guardian Druid, so he'll probably just moonfire and stand still. It does make his camera kind of annoying to deal with, but that's just tank life, to be honest with you. I would say, going back to the UI thing, my first impression here was this is a guy after my own heart with all this information, but then, just like you, I noticed there's 3 DPS meters and nothing else.
Can I just
DPS
say,
player, I love it so much.
when I was healing, and I've done it before, arena, I did not, when my teammate died, he didn't say to me, well done, that's incredible HPS. He just said, why am I dead? Right? Which I think is pretty much summarizes it, right? I can have amazing HPS, but if you die, then like, it's zero sum. Come on, it's zero sum.
It is right, and hey, as a DPS, I would just want to know how much the healer is doing in terms of damage. And I know that is an important thing, especially in 2024 World of Warcraft. We, of course, have our healers doing a lot of damage. Control, talk to me about the damage that you see healers bring and how much of an influence it can make on a key, do you think?
Well, it's got to the stage now. I mean, when I used to play back in my day for Wrath of the Lich King,
oh no,
there was no the healers didn't do any damage at all. It was pure healing. Healers did healing, tanks did tanking, DPS did DPS. But nowadays it's like you take it, like I'm going to use Zalia as an example, right? So Zalia from Echo, if you look at the amount of damage that Zalia does, it's on par with most DPS. It's kind of crazy. So I think the way that it's changed, the dungeons have obviously got a lot harder. There's all the different affixes and things that they've introduced also add to that, and then you've they've got to sort of balance it out somehow. And I think a really good way that they have done that is by having healers doing damage and tanks doing damage that is actually useful to the group. Yeah, I did play. I say I've always played Windwalker. I did play Mistweaver for a while when Fistweaving was. I'm not sure if it's the case now, but it was super important, and we would do a lot of damage as part of our rotation. But yeah, it's super cool. Definitely bring it on. Healers do more damage, please. Let's go.
Talking about healers doing damage, Matt, I watched your stream the other day when you were doing the hardcore challenge in retail, and you were pulling one mob at a time, and then running away from it, screaming.
Hey, look, when you do a hardcore challenge, let me tell you, you just want to pull one mob at a time. You don't want to be surrounded by 5 enemies.
And you were freaking out, and you had 100% health and mana.
Well, if anyone didn't know out there, here's a top tip secret. If you head on a mount in the Iron Mode challenge and you get hit, you get dealt 10 times the damage. Just letting you all know. Anyway, let's get back to the boss here. We are on 29%, 28%, sorry, as we go into the last phase of the boss. There's a lot of green goo all over the floor. Of course, running that mage, they can stand still, jump up and down. Now, we've had a death. The Dark Rush came through and took him out. Hopefully they can recover. They've got a quick res coming up now by Waziers. Maybe not taking that res, interestingly enough. Maybe they're waiting for the mechanic to come through before taking it. Looks like the res is timed out. Maybe a mistake here by the team as he sips his Red Bull, ready for the next part of the dungeon. Guys, what do we think about this? A death on this boss? Is this common?
It's proper DPS play, isn't it? Like, you die, so you just have a bit of a smoke break, have a drink, just wait for the healers to catch you up.
Exactly. And here we have the the res coming out, the brutal glaive coming out again, but no damage coming through. I think they'll be able to clean this up now as they have focused back up, ready for the last 13% of the boss. We've got another death going through, though, as we've seen on the meters here. Maybe things have fallen apart a little bit, but of course this is a plus 30. It's quite difficult to get through this. And it looks like they got the boss quite low before all this happened, so they'll be able to recover. Zippy, talk to me about what your team is sort of feeling at this point. Second boss, you've had a couple deaths. Is this sort of like, everyone focus up, we can recover? Or is it like, hey, go next?
I mean, they're definitely just going to recover this. I think the only reason they didn't take the res before, I think they cast the res and then goop appeared under them immediately after. And so they would have just clicked the res and died, which would not have been great. So that's probably why they waited. They only have, as far as I'm aware, they only have, well, what is now 3 deaths? It was 2. If I'm not mistaken. Oh no, they have 8. It's still fine. They're about halfway on the timer, not even entirely halfway, a little over halfway.
Yeah.
And they're definitely over halfway through the dungeon here. The last 2 bosses are so close to each other. They just gotta do the little gauntlet with the rocks here, and then they should be absolutely fine.
I agree. And I think these massive balls, they'll be able to sort of dodge them. I don't know about the rest of you, but as the season came out, did you find yourself getting hit by these balls? Or were you able to sort of dodge, dive, and dash around them? Maybe control.
I'm terrible at that. I die every single time. It's become a bit of a meme, to be honest. I'll basically just run and get hit by one, die instantly, get res to the top of the stairs. That's my strategy.
Right. Okay. So a Windwalker that gets hit by the massive balls. Good to know, but it's okay. I think it's something that players do get used to over time. Also, the pattern of the way that they move around. Ko, have you been hit by these balls?
Yeah, but like I just stand in front of them on purpose at this point. But coming up to this place here, like this is probably one of the RNG places, right? The drink ancient. What's it called? Drink ancient potion. Isn't that around here? Where are the mobs that do it?
This place can get very out of control very quickly
Yeah,
if you don't get those interrupts off. The breaths can be quite nutty, and he's just choosing to release here immediately as a result as well, because they know that they will die, and they'll just reset quickly rather than spend time on not having your DPS here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's one of 3 effects, right? And you're at this key level, then you're kind of really hoping that you don't proc the wrong one for a long time. Which
Yeah.
Stand in
doesn't
this
look like
fire,
it's
it
happening
will
for them.
kill you.
Yeah.
Exactly. We have had quite a few deaths here. This is a lot of mental fortitude as well, and I think that's half of World of Warcraft in general, is being able to keep that sustain and be able to recover. And as we know, sometimes you don't have to throw the key away. You just need to regroup, refocus, and get going. But it looks like, I think, if we can have a look over here, it looks like they have elected to reset the key. That is absolutely fine. But let's head over here as we see a brewmaster, I believe, an explosion as we enter the stream, which is absolutely fantastic. An explosion of joy as we see here the brewmaster tank, and of course that preservation evoker. That's the first time we've seen that come through. What do we think of the preservation evoker, Zippy? I know as the tank healer combo, you get to feel the benefit of it probably the most.
Yeah, I mean, preservation is pretty good. One of the main things with preservation is they will drop you pretty low so that they can make full use of your mastery. And so I really like, in this particular challenge, I like pairing them with Protection Warrior, because they will likely just mitigate a lot, and then they just need to be topped back up. But Brewmaster has a similar thing going, where they will also mitigate a lot of the damage that's coming in. They'll still take it, but they will not spike so hard, where the Prez can then, once they are finally low, after a little while, can spike them back up really easily. So
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty good combo. And
Yeah.
Prez also has a lot of utility, same with Brewmaster, which helps a lot.
You're absolutely right. And preservation with that whole knock up, knock back, increase the CC time. It's all really fantastic. And it's something that potentially in this particular dungeon, as we know, there's quite a lot of ads, especially going up to this first boss. We'll see if they do the big pull, right, where they pull the mobs over to the boss, which will be interesting to see. And that preservation can really help keep them CC'd. It looks here, we're about to head through to the first boss. This is one of my favorite dungeons, actually. Ko, what experience do you have running through something like this dungeon? And did you do it in the past? I know they brought it back for this season.
Absolutely. I used to love it in the past. It was fantastic. Back when I used to tank, all of those years ago.
This guy used
when
to
I
tank.
knew what I was doing in the game. And now I just follow groups around that get carried everywhere. No, I genuinely, I love this place. Honestly, I think it's great. I also like the fact that they're running double Destro Lock, which is very close to my heart, and I do love to see it. They have an insane amount of damage on those. I guess it just really now is how much can they pull and take full advantage of the huge amounts of damage. As there goes a roll, your favorite thing, roll out, roll back, as you were mentioning. There you go.
Nailed it.
We've got after your heart as well in here.
Yeah.
Yep. Roll in, roll out, and yeah.
With these,
I mean,
go on.
no, go for it, Zippy, please.
I was going to say, with these warlocks as well, and as the fact that they just pulled some extra plants over on the left side as you enter, I suspect they're probably going to skip a lot of mobs after this boss by using the warlock gates, given that they even have 2 of them.
Yeah. So that's a really great utility. And I know, Zippy, as a raid leader, having a warlock gate is always super, super nice to have. I'm really interested to see the sort of group AoE damage as we head into this first boss. I really do hope they do that pull where they bring in the mobs and sort of take them with the boss. And of course, we've not seen a healer perspective yet. I'm sure down the road we will. I'd be interested to see that. I know we potentially have one lined up. I saw the control. Sneaky. Now, heading forward into this first boss, what are the things that we're looking out for? Control, let me start with you here as we head into this boss. As a Windwalker, what are you looking out for on the boss? What are you looking to do on the boss?
This boss is pretty much a single target boss, so it's not fun for me. That's pretty much it. I just make sure I stand behind it and do Fist of Fury as many times as I can.
Fantastic. And I assume as well, Zippy, from your end as tanking, it's very much back against the wall.
Yeah, this is a terrible boss. The moment you pull it, you put yourself right up against the wall so you can't see anything, and you're just waiting for him to stun himself so that you can walk on the other side of the guy and stop. the terrible camera. You can view
Holy
it from
moly.
above, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. So this, personally, Everbloom is one of my least favorite dungeons. That's apparently a pretty controversial take, but bosses like this, for example, you're just doing nothing for a really long time, and then finally it dies. Or you get killed and overwhelmed by ads, but usually it just kind of falls apart if you keep at it.
Yeah, it's like what Adam
Okay.
was saying. It's old school tanking. Just you put your back to the wall. You can't see anything on your camera, and 5 minutes later, possibly the boss is dead.
Yeah, it's a
Holy
real tank
moly.
and spank, as we used to call it, right?
Yeah, well, it's more of a DPS mechanic check, isn't it? With the new vines and extending the intermission, right? So I mean, you've got to make sure that you have DPS who do something other than smash buttons, which is
So
Well-
the cast that's on at the moment is actually one of the Dungeon Dojo casts, and Dungeon Dojo are a community like us, partnered with Blizzard. I'm going to switch to their healer's perspective, just for you, Matt. How do you feel
Oh.
about that?
I feel so good about it. Throw it up. Let's see this Prez. Now this team are a bit further on the boss. It looks like potentially, or are they the same? They're the same team.
Yeah, it's the
Wonderful.
same team. It's the healer's perspective of the same role.
Yeah, excellent. So we can see here the Preservation Evoker. Of course, as Zippy mentioned, lots and lots of tools, not only in the CC department, but also in the sort of group AoE healing department as well. They've got that Spirit Bloom every 20 seconds. We've got all the different tools. Now, I did back in the day, and Zippy will remember this, I ran a Preservation quite heavily. I was a big fan of it, but of course then Disc came along and sort of took everyone off the top of the list. But it's really good to see, especially in this sort of competition, breaking the meta, that the Preservation can come through and really shine. Now, the damage is nothing to be scoffed at as well from this Preservation. As we see here, we're going to have to deal with some damage coming out. But again, wonderful getting that AoE Dream Breath out to keep everyone with a hot on, keep everyone topped up. And maybe here we've got a death coming through. No, they stay safe. And of course, as we all know, the Preservation is quite tanky when they can get those cooldowns rolling on themselves, as we see here.
what happened to your Prez anyway?
It's sitting in storage, ready for a time to fly, you know, ready to spread his wings.
Oh god. Okay.
Yeah, he'll spread his wings one of these days. But then I started playing Disc, and I realized Disc is love, Disc is life.
Because you get
But
on the damage
is-
meters, right?
Damage and healing meters, but it's crazy. Crazy. But here we have, they're going through to these next mobs here. It looks like they didn't pull the mobs to the boss, which is fine. They're doing a bit of a safer route here as we're going through into this next section of the dungeon. Now, when we move up into this next corridor, we have some mobs that really do jump around and deal some AoE damage with that whirlwind. Oh, got some damage coming out here with bursting. Let's see if they can keep on top of it. It looks like we have one character down, the Warlock, which is strange to me. Talk to me about this. How is this Warlock dying? What's happening?
I feel targeted. I feel personally targeted by what just happened. It's probably just a tiny misplay in terms of maybe even a gear thing, because the other Warlock was up, lack of personal cooldowns, who knows.
Right.
But
Even Burning
Okay.
Rush on, maybe?
One of
when,
them-
when I tried to play
I've
Warlock,
I've
I
never
consistently
done
did that.
Holy moly, imagine.
yeah.
This is where you're a healer, right? And you're furiously typing W. No, never mind. Let's not be toxic. So we see here we've got some of the jumpies. They jump on you, do that whirlwind. You got to make sure you either preemptively try and CC it. Of course, a hunter is really good at this, right? Put that frost trap on top of yourself and then disengage out. But let's see how the teams deal with it here. It looks like they'll be fine as they move through into the next section. But it's the AoE, as we can see there on the UI, is about to come out. Let's see how the Preservation can deal with it really well. As another cooldown comes out, you see that CC coming out. Again, Zippy mentioned this. A lot of CC from the Preservation. And of course, the tankiness from the rest of the team. Now, Zippy, talk to me about this tank. What are they thinking as they move through this corridor? Lots of damage coming out, lots of AoE. How can you help? How can you help the healer in the group as we go through?
Well, me personally, whenever I'm going through this corridor, I'm thinking to myself, God, I wish I was playing Blood DK right now so I could just pull these guys. But that is not an option in this case. There's a lot of good ways to stop these guys who are jumping. They have Ring of Peace, and Brewmaster has a lot of mobility, but helping out the healer here, especially this week, is really difficult. One of the reasons I'm pretty sure the Warlock died before is all of these plants that they've just pulled, they will apply bursting when they die, and given that they always have 2 Rains of Destruction going on, they'll probably die roughly at the same time and give this Prez a hard time. So really, I think a lot of this is going to be on the Preservation Evoker timing their heals correctly, and the tank is just going to hope for the best.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Don't pull too much, and definitely don't pull too many Berserkers, specifically.
We also saw after the pack the health soul well, is it? With the healing stones go down, so maybe that was a problem of why
Yeah.
they died.
Potentially they didn't have that cooldown, and I think it's really important you mention this, that everything has its place. A health stone, a potion, they all have its place in helping deal with things like bursting, and sort of the top players and anyone who really just plays the game a lot will sort of see that and they'll use it to their advantage. I think you're right, Zippy. The preservation, looking at their cooldowns, it's important to manage them correctly. And of course, everyone at home can see this as well. At the bottom, you can see the preservations buttons, and we've got a couple of those cooldowns available as we go through into this next section. So do keep an eye out as we go through here and see what the preservation does to really preserve the team as we go forward. So we've seen in this dungeon here from the Dungeon Dojo, the Warlock, the preservation, etc. Is there another spec class that you think will be shown this evening? Let's go to Control here. What other spec do you think is going to be shown predominantly?
I thought we'd see way more arms warriors. I think when a lot of new players start playing World of Warcraft, they see warrior, they know what a warrior is strong, all that stuff. They play that as their first character. I know multiple people that did that, and I just assumed that everyone's got a capped warrior on their bench. So, yeah, I expected to see more. This is, I mean, I did also expect to see classes stacking to a degree as well. I know last season you weren't allowed to, if I remember rightly, but this season you seem to be okay with that. But yeah, I mean, where are the warriors? Let's find a warrior and talk about it.
Yeah, and I'm sure we will. We've got a lot of time to go through here to be able to see all these different groups come in and show us what they've got. But we are heading down here in this dungeon with the Dungeon Dojo. We'll stick to the end of this dungeon, of course. We are heading through to the next boss, which can be a bit of a funny one if you're not communicating correctly and not talking about things and not understanding when to use the cooldowns, where to stand, how to move. It's going to be interesting to see. But also, the pack before is quite a killer. So, Zippy, talk to me about that pack before, because I know I've seen a lot of pugs fall apart in a way when they lead up to that.
You're definitely right, and that is one of the reasons I'm surprised to not see them use the Warlock gates across. I assume they have a good reason. This is probably a route that they've practiced. But yeah, this pack coming up is tough. All of the mobs have pretty high health, and all of them have abilities that deal high damage. There's also some of these larger mobs that have pulsing damage that you can outrange, but realistically, unless you are ranged, is not going to happen. And it looks like we even have a few deaths on the pull just before. Again, these mobs are very dangerous, and not all of their damage is visible, and not all of their damage is avoidable either.
Yeah, you're completely right, and it's something that you really have to keep on your toes with, especially coming into this, and you have to really preempt that damage. And I think this is where the preservation potentially falls a little bit compared to the things like Disc Priest, where the disc can really coat the group ready for the damage. And that's something that potentially is not here. However, it could just be a small thing, as you mentioned, something invisible or not as visible as it could be happening. Now, we are entering this next part of the dungeon. As we said, the pack before can be very difficult. Co, looking at this, looking at the Warlocks specifically, I'll mention those as I know you're a big fan. These Warlocks, what sort of damage are we looking for as we pick up these larger groups? Is it a lot? Are they more single target, AoE? What are they going for?
Well, I think most of us would have watched the MDI, and you can see as soon as there was a large pack, then they just got absolutely started running away with it on the meters out, just every single one, unless there were loads of cooldowns on the other DPS. So, but one of the things with Destrolock is you kind of need the mobs to stay alive for a long enough time to really ramp up your damage, which is why I guess they're here, even though we saw them really represented in the MDI. I almost said MDY then, MDI. You don't really see, they're still going to be in break the meta, right? Because of the fact that you kind of really need to have a high key to see the real benefits of their sustained damage. So, I mean, they're doing well here. But I kind of also think that the packs, to some extent, aren't staying alive long enough to really see them run away with it.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. As we come up to sort of these bosses, talk to me, Zippy, about the communication between the team as you're about to roll up onto a boss. Are you talking about the initial seconds of the pull? Are you talking about maybe mechanics that potentially could be difficult as the fight goes on, and maybe, you know, talking about what's going to happen and what you're going to do? Or is it sort of like, hey, we've done this before, let's run at it and we'll deal with it in the moment?
I mean, you know me, I prefer a deal with it in the moment type of strategy whenever I can get away with it.
Yeah.
I don't like to formalize things too much. But one of the things that I'm always thinking about here as a tank, and it won't be super relevant for a Brewmaster here, is whether or not I have a ranged interrupt or an easy way to interrupt the healer, the blue guy, if you're unaware. He heals once in a while. Because the healing comes out roughly at the same time as you're meant to run away from the group, which is the mechanic that just happened. And so the second time you can easily interrupt the healer, especially if you have a ranged interrupt, whereas something with Brewmaster here, it's going to be a bit more difficult, and you would probably prefer to rely on one of your teammates to do it for you.
Exactly. Sorry, Zippy, sorry to interrupt here. We do have a death coming through. Of course, there's a lot of chaotic things happening in this dungeon and in this on this boss, and this can overwhelm the team very, very quickly. The preservation needs to get a hold of the group right now, get everyone back up to that full health, especially as we're going through here, as you said, with that tank mechanic coming back in, and now on the group, there's some pulsing damage going around. And of course, on the floor, there's all that green goo. They have positioned it quite, I don't know, in a difficult way to maneuver around, but the pools are cleaning up as we're speaking. Now, the tank is going out, and we've had 2 deaths coming through. Let's see if they can recover. Let's see if this preservation can hang on as we have another res coming through. Preservation, again, really needs to take a hold of the team, take a hold of the group, get everyone's health back up. The tank here is trying their best to get around. The charge is coming out, but it looks like they will be all right. But the rest of the team looks like they are on a knife's edge of dying. The tank coming back through on 100%, so it's looking good. They do have a player less, but that's fine, as the Warlock, as the second tank. We all know all those cooldowns, they're hanging on for life. They have that health stone that we talked about earlier. And again, it looks like the team has brought it back together. The damage is less now than when everything was falling apart, but we do have another death coming through. 28%. Co, does this look doomed, or do you think they can hang on to get this kill?
I think they can hang on. I think they've got this. You've got the healer and the tank left and 1 DPS. I think you're kind of pretty comfortable assuming that the mana is still in a decent place, which it looks like it is. Thankfully, these last 2 bosses, or however you want to look at it, 1 boss and its minion, however you want to, however you want to think of Dorhu here, the often overlooked part of this. I think they'll be okay, and it looks like it's panning out that way.
You're right, and I think when they get that first mob down, they really do get a grip of the boss. And I think, again, we talked about this in the previous dungeon with the deaths coming through. It's all about mental here. You just need to sort of hang on to things, know that you're going to be okay, and that you're going to make the time. It's going to be close. I'm not going to lie, as we move into the next boss. It's going to be interesting to see how the preservation does with the AoE. Now, this is something to mention, especially on bosses like this and the next boss, with everyone spread. The preservation likes everyone clumped up. They like everyone in a group together so that they can really make use of things like Dream Breath. I think it's interesting how how everyone's positioned to maybe make use of that, or if the preservation is struggling because everyone is spread out.
That is one of the things that are notable, or that is notable about this comp as well. You mentioned the pools earlier as well. This is a full ranged comp apart from the tank, and so getting everyone into a position where the Preservation Evoker can heal them all can be a little bit tricky if they don't coordinate and specifically look out for their Preservation Evoker. And the next boss as well, it does have a few mechanics that bait specifically on ranged, which if you're all ranged can make it really simple, but you have to execute it in a very particular way. Otherwise it can get pretty messy pretty quickly with the way that she pulls you and the way that she is going to target the ice abilities as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something really interesting to look out for. And Ko, you're right, of course. No worries, no stress. They kill the boss. Control, I'm going to come to you now as we go up here, up the ramp to the mobs just before the boss. As a Windwalker, I know you specialize in Windwalker.
As a melee.
As a melee, sure. As a melee, when you're sort of, maybe you die on a boss and you have to be rezzed and things like this, what's your mental state at? Are you someone who's like, it's fine guys, get me up, it's all good? What's that like?
I'm usually in a scenario where I'm leading the team. So if I die, I will basically roll my mouse wheel forward, go into first person mode so I can keep an eye on things and try and keep everyone else up. By telling them to avoid mechanics, more so in raid, but sometimes in dungeons. But my perspective on that last boss as well, I just want to mention, that last boss is hell for melee. That green pool, when you've got all three of the bosses up, the green pool that you have to take to the side, your uptime just gets tanked. It's horrible. So overall, Everbloom for me is probably the worst dungeon. This and Throne of the Tides. So
I find that so interesting because as a healer, I really like this dungeon. I think because on the bosses, there's some, there's great things to have to deal with, right? There's all this damage coming through, AoE, single target, stops and things like this. So I do enjoy things like that. But of course, we are heading through into this next boss, which has a lot of mechanics that do, as Zippy said, cause the group to spread. And it's going to be quite tricky for this preservation to keep on top of things. I hope there's communication between them. It's funny what Zippy said about he likes on the fly sort of calling. I'm completely the opposite, which is why I think we make a good pair when we're raiding. And I do find it interesting to see that sort of push and pull between the groups. Hey, we can deal with this on the fly, or hey, I'm going to have these things ready for the damage instances. And I hope the preservation has erred on the side of planning, especially for the next boss. So let's talk about the next boss as we're about to jump into it. Zippy, what's the sort of mechanics specifically that they need to look out for? Let's say from the tank's perspective.
Well, from the tank's perspective, this is an all-range group, so it's not as relevant as it normally could be, but a lot of the time you want to be pulling this boss to one of the pillars that surround the boss, because that way, whenever she does her pull-in arcane ability, you can just angle yourself so that the pole is between you and that ability, and it just won't move you. You'll hit the pole instead. And making sure that all your melee players can do that same thing by pulling the boss over near there, that can be super helpful for a tank. But here it's definitely going to be more interesting what will happen at range, because that pull-in ability, like I mentioned, it does bait on ranged players, and I believe it baits on the furthest ranged.
Yeah.
What they can do is they can all stack together so that they can make sure that it drops in the same space, and that looks like what they practically did on the ads just now. That way they won't be pulled in surprise directions. But we'll see whether they can pull that off. It's going to require a lot of coordination to pull that kind of thing off. Obviously, they can also just run. That is definitely an option.
Yeah, and as we've seen here, the gate has been pre-prepped, helping the DPS and potentially probably the healer to get themselves to the other side. And of course, as Zippy said, it is baited on the furthest ranged player. This is where you can really carry this fight. If I know from a healer's perspective, if I put myself in a really good spot, keep everyone nice and safe, and bait the mechanic out. But it looks like they've done something similar. I can see over in the distance there, we've got the mage, the arcane mage, probably baiting. And now we've got the first AoE damage coming out. Let's see how everyone deals with it. We have our first death by the preservation evoker. That's not good. Let's try and get them up as fast as possible if they have a res available. And it looks like they do. The preservation is back up. They'll now try and stabilize, because we are about to get into the next AoE damage instance. So let's see if they can get a hold of everything. This looks a bit messy. And it looks like we've got a stun coming through here on the monk, on the tank. That is not too bad, right? You want it on the, I suppose you'd want it on the tank to get maybe dispelled quickly. So Zippy, if you're getting stunned by or frozen by this mechanic, are you fearful that the mob's going to turn around and just melee someone, or are you you're okay with it?
Well, this particular boss will just keep hitting the person who is frozen, which means that you are more or less doomed to pray for dear God that your healer has you, because you cannot press any of your defensives. That's one of the situations where something like a Brewmaster is great, because a big part of their mitigation is just the fact that they always have stagger up. So him getting stunned, not as big of a deal as, let's say, a Blood DK who suddenly can't Death Strike and keep themselves alive.
Yeah, Co. Sorry, Zippy Co. We've had a
perfect.
death come through here. It's not one of your warlocks, so that's pretty good. What do you think about this so far? It's sort of falling apart.
You can see that the locks have their gateways and the portals all set up, which is really nice, which is probably what's kept them alive through all of the different glacial fusions and all of this that gets thrown out as that was another close to death. I'm surprised that the Arcane Mage is probably the least maneuverable, maybe you could say, of the mage specs in terms of moving and doing damage at the same time. So I don't know. It's really difficult to say as to what happened. I mean, I know I die mainly because I get DPS thirsty, but I don't know if that's what happened. If that's what happened with this guy specifically, you know, you see the cast about to finish, and you think, "Oh, go on, then I'll finish," and then you end up getting one shot. So, I mean, I feel for this guy. I've been there as well. If that is indeed what happened, but obviously, by watching keys like this, you never know on the gear that they have, and maybe it was just one of those things that happens.
Maybe just one of those things, of course. And as we go down here to the last 5%, I'm going to come to Control as a melee player. Hey, I got it right. In a boss like this, what are you thinking about? Are you like, oh my goodness, there's so much stuff happening. How am I going to deal with this?
Not really. It's all practice. That boss specifically is positioning. I will hug the left leg, make sure that if I'm gonna get pulled into something, make sure I've got that pillar in the way, so that I get pulled into the pillar, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's just knowing when the mechanics are coming in as well. So I'm very, very thankful for little wigs. But yeah, like I say, I'm usually leading it to a degree. So yeah, that's one of the more enjoyable bosses in here for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you. It's got a lot of mechanics to be able to have fun with and really figure out, which is of course why raiding is so good too. But here we have the last boss we are looking at. Now we are looking at the preservation side. Thank you, Control, for putting that on just for me. I know you did. Now this boss particular, there's two different ways to do it, right? You can either run on top of these flowers and sort of make sure the mobs don't come out, the ads, or you can decide to do all the ads together in AoE. It looks like they are standing on all the plants to get rid of them. Now the healer has to deal with AoE damage instances I believe it's every 10-ish seconds or so. So you really want to make sure you've got cooldowns available for each different damage instance and really communicate with your group, hey, I've got nothing left. I'm going to need you to use X, Y, and Z, right? So here we have, again, we've got some more damage coming out as the preservation is doing a fantastic job of keeping everyone topped up, but we'll see what happens later in the boss fight if they have anything left. And it looks like they're having to deal with entangling as well. A preservation specifically really wants to keep everyone grouped up together to get that AoE damage coming out. And we'll see what they're going to do here. It looks like they are going to step on all the flowers. They're going to try and get that as fast as possible. And hopefully they've got some gates out. Looks like they do have a gate out, which is really, really good. Zippy, as a tank, so you're tanking this boss away from the group. As you're seeing this AoE damage come out, sometimes I think, probably, you can let me know if I'm wrong, you're sometimes helpless to all the damage that's coming out to the group. How do you feel in a boss like this, where it's AoE damage after AoE damage?
I mean, it's a great yet kind of boring situation to be in as a tank. There's not a lot you can do about it, and it's not going to affect you as much as it will other people. So more or less, if I'm tanking here, I'm just trying to signal to my healer that they don't need to worry about me, either by telling them that or by healing myself early if I'm with a pug. to make sure that they know, yeah, I can just keep myself topped off, worry about everybody else. This isn't an issue for me.
Exactly, yes. And sorry, Sibby, coming back here, we do have a death from the Arcane Mage. That is one less person to run over all the flowers. But it looks like they've done a really, really good job of getting all those flowers done. I don't think they have a res, so they are going to 4-man the rest of the dungeon. No, res has just come out now, so that means the Arcane Mage will be able to get back up. But we do have Entangling coming in 2 seconds and the AoE coming in 5. Let's see if this preservation can really hang on and make sure everyone is alive for the rest of the fight. We're only down to the last couple of percent on the boss.
30 seconds as well.
30 seconds left. The boss is down to about 4% health, I believe. 3%, 2%. The boss is dead, and they have done it. Dungeon Dojo have been able to get through this dungeon by the skin of their teeth, as Co pointed out there. Oh my goodness, that was a very, very close call. A couple of deaths early on, as we pointed out. But it looks like we are about to go to a break. We're going to take a 5-minute break here, and when we're back, we've got loads more dungeons to show you guys. Control, what did you think about that last run there? Are you surprised they made it through, or
No.
did you know they were going to?
No, not at all. They're a very skilled group of people. It's just a classic sort of off-meta run, really, where there's a little bit of uncertainty because some of them haven't played the class as much as they have with the mains, obviously. So yeah, you can expect a few like little bits and bobs happening, which is what happened pretty much. And it's not like it was 2 seconds left on the timer. It was like 25.
No.
So it's fun. It just adds that little bit of anxiety. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we have seen an Everbloom, and they did make it in time. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of those to come on Break the Meta. We are, of course, in partnership with Raider.io. We'd like to thank you all, and we're going to head into a break as we have an exhausted camera. Let's go. See you all in a bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Break the Meta. And of course, we are Starship EU, and we are very, very excited to have been given this opportunity to cast for Raider.io. So thank you very much for that. As we go in here to another dungeon. Now, this is one of the dungeons we pointed out earlier as not a particular favorite by the casters here today. Zippy, what is it about this dungeon? And sorry, I'm just staring at this lizard. What is it about this dungeon that sticks out to you as quite difficult?
Well, there's not a lot of enemies, but all of them are out to kill you, very specifically. Whereas I feel like in a lot of other dungeons, like, there's a lot of mobs where I do not know what they do. In this dungeon, I know what all the mobs do, because they are out to kill you. Which is probably why there's not that many of them. It's a very compact little place as well. There's not a lot of movement you can do. It's a lot of corridors, tight spaces, and there's even some infinitely spawning enemies if you're not careful. Looks like they're going towards the last boss here, and their timer is looking pretty good, so hopefully they can time this with ease.
Yep, and this is one thing we pointed out, is that the UI is very readable, which we do appreciate over here. Now, Ko, you also said that this dungeon was one that you particularly didn't like. We do have a Warlock in here, though, so maybe a bit of light at the end of the tunnel for you. So how do you feel about this dungeon? What is it for you that's like, I'd rather not?
I mean, I like the nostalgic version, but it's very much a thing of, in my opinion anyway, we already used the phrase back in the day, so I'll use it again. It was a case of, like, you pulled one pack at a time, right? So each pack had to be challenging, and it seems like they carried that over into modern M+, where you want to pull multiple packs, and then you end up with, like, a super deadly pack. And it's like the kind of the design of the two. I mean, I like the old school version of this a lot, so it's weird for me not to like the modern version of it, but as Zippy pointed out, it does just seem like everything really, really would rather you weren't there and you were just dead instead. And that brings a certain level of stress, which I'm not looking for after the age of 30.
Yeah.
Do you remember
it's that stress?
Back in the day, the Snapdragons were nowhere near as hard as they are now. It was just like,
Nothing was as hard
ridiculous
as
now. I love that we've got a Feral Druid POV, by the way. It's wicked.
Yeah, there's that Feral Druid, and we did see this, right, in the MDI. We saw teams like Echo with Zalia playing that Feral Druid now and then. So they do deal a lot of damage, and I think that's something to note. Looking through the team comp here, Control. So we've got that Brewmaster, we've got the Marksman Hunter, the Warlock, the Paladin Healer, and that Feral. It seems like you're tipping to the side of Feral as a melee player. Is this something that you're excited to see as we head on to the last boss?
I think Feral has similar problems to Windwalker, to be honest with you. Really strong on AoE. Single target's good, but it's nowhere near as good as other classes. So, yeah, I mean, also, they have very similar amount of utility as well, being a druid. Everyone knows druids have got all the utility. So, yeah, it's I definitely enjoy watching a cat, for sure. So, yeah.
Okay.
Just in general, yeah, actually. Love watching cats.
Now we are heading to the last part of this corridor. These two mobs, they have pretty much done the most difficult part, I think, of the corridor, but we'll see here. I'll probably eat my words as the damage comes out. But heading into the last room with the boss, I know there's a couple of ways of doing this. I know that over in our guild, we sort of spoke about different ways of putting that Ica down on the floor. For you, Zippy, is there a particular way that you like to do it? Maybe a way that you ask the group for it to be done?
I don't typically. I try to explain how it works and then let them make their own conclusions. But no, from my perspective, as long as they're not running next to me, because that frontal will dink them immediately if they do. I'm generally fine with wherever they put the goop. It's another one of those cases where if other people mess up, it's less impactful for me because I have a lot of health, which is a good thing about being a tank.
Yeah, and I think,
but if you mess this board up very quickly, especially if you have melee players, they're going to struggle. Now here, that's only going to be the cat, but, you know, you got to protect your kitty, and if they put the goop everywhere, he's not going to be able to hit in melee range at all.
I really want that clipped.
Yeah.
Please clip
Gotta protect your kitty.
Come on, clip it, please.
Hey, we lasted a good hour and 40 minutes before. Anyway, so for me as a healer, if those DPS aren't cleaning up their pools, if they're not, using their whatever you call it, the spray, the cleaner, mopping things up, I'm not a happy boy, right? So we hopefully here we see all the pools cleaned up. Make sure the room's nice and clean. And it looks like the room is nice and clean as we head through here. We've got the ads coming out. And we've got some good cooldown uses there from the Paladin to make sure those ads aren't dealing the damage.
Ring of
again,
Peace
we've
is
got
good there, by the way. I just want to point that out.
Ring of Peace, super nice. It looks like they've opted for popping the pools down in a nice, even circle around the boss. Then they'll get hit with that sort of the water to be able to clean everything up. The cleansing aura, if you will. And it looks like it's happening, but some damage coming out as the Feral gets kind of low, but they're healing back up very quickly with this Paladin being able to put through some good output. And of course, very tanky themselves, being an armor wearer, not a clothy like some of us.
An armor wearer? Are you a non-armor wearer?
A plate armor wearer. I tell you what, though, sometimes I feel like I'm naked when I'm running around as a priest. Right, so here we are. We're heading through now into, looks like about 50% on the boss. The damage output is increasing as it looks like the room's getting a little more frantic. And we have a death here.
Ooh,
looks like the tank's gone down. That's crazy, actually. It's crazy the tank's gone down. And now the deaths are just rolling through as the tank goes down again. It looks like everyone's down to about 50% health. We do have a death as well by the hunter has also fallen. Everyone seems to be kind of zigzagging up and down with their health. And the tank's gone down again. And it looks like they will have their first wipe. Crazy stuff. I know I've wiped on this a few times. What do you think about that, Ko? What do you think about the wipe here?
I think it's perfectly acceptable, and it's probably the boss that most people have wiped on an absolute plethora of times. But we'll take this small downtime to mention that people will win the Dreaming Banner of the Aspects that was only available for participating teams in Season 3, MDI, and AWC by timing 2 17 and higher keys with a group full of BTM eligible specs before it's gone forever into the ether.
Oh my goodness.
If you're looking for a community to find people to do BTM with, feel free to hop into ours. Our community is Starship, discord.gg/StarshipEU.
Wonderful. And I'm looking down over at chat here. Of course, the community supporting us out here. We've got things like Naked Gaming, Naked Matt, all sorts of naked stuff happening in chat. Wonderful. Now, we are heading through here to the last boss. We've had a wipe, but that's absolutely fine, as Ko pointed out. They're going to regroup. They're going to hit the boss again as hard as they can. It looks like there's about 2 minutes left on the timer. Zippy, what are you saying to the team now as the timer is counting down? Can you do it within 2 minutes?
Unfortunately, no. I don't believe they can. So at this point, you're telling your team, hey, we didn't time this, but this is pretty good. We're on a 22 with not exactly a meta team comp here, and we've done pretty well. We're going to almost time it. We're still going to get our loot. We're probably still going to get rating. I haven't looked these players up, but a 22 usually
that's a
grants you some
Hearthstone
pretty
cast,
good
isn't
rating.
it? That's a
It's the
Hearthstone.
Hearthstone cast.
It is. So let's quickly go on over here to Dungeon Dojo, who are in the same dungeon as we have looked at, but let's see if they have a maybe they have a better run, maybe they have a better ending than what we just saw. It is unfortunate, but these things happen, as Zippy's saying. Like, these things do happen, and you just got to regroup and get back in there. Now, Dungeon Dojo, it looks like they've had a change of healer, which I think is very interesting. They're bringing that restoration shaman. And it looks like as well, they've swapped out a warlock for a hunter. What do you think about this, Ko? What do you think about this hunter?
I mean, it's disgraceful behavior to swap a warlock out for anything. But no, I can understand. You want to try a bit of everything, right? You want to have a real smorgasbord, or however you say that. Someone help me in chat. Of all the different things that you can try out. That's the whole reason of the events like this, right? You wanna try it all and maybe pick up a character you never thought you would like a priest, discipline priest, for example.
Okay, yeah.
I will mention specifically that this also is a survival hunter, so it's not your garden variety hunter. This is a melee player.
I approve.
I do too. I love the survival hunter. They play super fun, and in certain builds, their damage is just constantly online. They don't have to worry too much about their big cooldowns being up or anything. They just constantly pump out roughly the same amount of damage. And looking at these meters, this one is pumping out quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. The survival is coming through clutch as we head down this corridor. Of course, when we get to the end, we're going to deal with some real dangerous poison shots, as we know, do wipe groups very often. But before we get there, I do want to touch very briefly, as we've got some time here, I want to touch briefly on the War Within. I know a lot of us, all of us, watched that initial trailer and the initial speak of the systems, the delves, and the different hero specs, things like this. I'm going to go to Control first. What are you most excited about going into the War Within? With the little we know, right? With the little bit we know, is there something that stands out for you?
No, no is the answer. Nothing stands out for him.
Oh, nothing
I got
stands
really
out.
paranoid
Absolutely
I
fine.
wasn't paying attention. I thought you were talking to me. Oh no! I was like, what? What did you ask?
It's okay. I mean, I tell you what. You have a think. Co, what do you think?
Sorry, no, I'm joking. No, I'm loving it. I like the idea that you have the trilogy planned. I mean, obviously they're always planning a certain amount ahead, right, and probably multiple expansions in general. But to have the actual trilogy, it also sounds nice because of the original trilogy, right? It has a special place in all of our hearts.
Boomer
for those of
hearts.
us. Yeah, I was about to say for those who are old enough to. I remember when Wrath Baby was an insult, and now it's just like, yeah, I started in Wrath emoji. Oh my god! But yeah, I mean, you've got to love the look of it, and especially with new systems coming out and new things like Plunderstorm and the remix, and the fact that everything's kind of held so tightly to the chest, it's not leaked out everywhere, and it's like, oh my god, it's now. It gives a nice effect, I think.
Yeah. Zippy, what about you? What are you excited for going forward into the War?
Oh, hero talents. They look so cool. All of them. Not actually all of them, but like I know for a fact already I'm getting Laser Bear. I love playing Laser Bear, and it looks like it's going to play really fun. We're going to get basically Stampeding Roar for 5 people on Blood Decay. That's going to be amazing. Brewmaster. Is it Conduits that we get? I think we were Conduits. I forget which monk specs are and what, but I remember I looked at all the monk specs and thought these are all going to be really fun to play and experiment with.
Yeah, you get Shadow Pan and Conduit of the Celestials. Yeah.
That's right. Shadow Pan looks really cool. There's a lot of I think it was crit scaling, and the fact that they have armor penetration, which reading that tooltip taught me that apparently mobs in this game have armor still. I thought we got rid of that a long time ago.
Yeah,
but apparently not.
Yeah.
Well, Matt got rid of his armor a long time ago, as we found out. Not so.
They need to
in game and in real life.
Need to bring back hit rating next, right?
Oh,
yeah, absolutely not.
And the reforging of gear. But talking about being completely naked, once again on your stream, I found out, Matt, that you wear wigs. Was this a thing?
This is not a thing. I will prove it by the end of the stream, but that's okay. Moving on swiftly. We've got another point of view here in this group. We've got the mage kicking through some damage here. And I am conscious, Control, that I haven't asked you about War Within. What are you most excited about?
Well, as someone that leads a community, and also as a byproduct of having such an awesome community, we have to have a guild. We get access to cross-realm guilds in War Within, which is going to be amazing for us for growth. God, I sound like a businessman, don't I? I'm not a businessman. I do this for fun. But so that is probably the main thing for me. Plus, I want to know what's happening with Bearded Anduin. I don't know about you guys.
I mean, he looked pretty sharp.
Yeah.
Tell you what, he looked kind of sharp. I think that cinematic was really, really cool. I'm excited for it. I think it's fun the direction they're going in, and hey, we'll see how it all plays out very, very soon with all the different tests we have coming up. Now, we are heading through the dungeon here. We're looking at the mage as we're heading through into the next part of the dungeon. They're going to clear out these mobs, and then they're going to hit that boss as hard as they can. Now, let's talk about the boss coming up. It can be a bit of a tricky one. I'm happy that they've brought this Restoration Shaman in to help with everything. Zippy, as our mechanics guy, looking at this boss, how do you play it as a tank? And what do you think is the best sort of way to do it?
The boss coming up now. I mean, it's tough because you need to be able to pick up the ads really quickly without before you can hit the boss. And in any of these comps that we've seen tonight, there hasn't been a single Death Knight, which does surprise me because there's a lot of boss mechanics where a grip like that would have been really useful. Now, how these guys can solve it, it's hard to say. They could CC some of the ads and then focus others. That would be a nice way to do it. Or they can just wait for their tank to pick them all up, or alternatively, they can hope to dear God that their healer has their health bar while they all burst different targets. We hope it's a cleaner strat than that. We'll see.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to point out, I really love these weak auras. That looks sick. Is that
the red glow underneath?
Well, the use of the projected runes and then the percentage. I think is that health? That's health, isn't it? That percentage. It's gone
Looks
now.
like mana? Looks like mana, which makes sense for an arcane mage, given that mana control is a big part of the class.
Yeah, plus it's blue. Mind you, that could be a health bar, actually.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. It's good. Good looking UI.
Right.
Unlike
we see here,
your weird reverse UI.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm setting trends, mate. Setting trends.
I mean, you've had it for a couple of years, and the trend's not really taken off. Anyway, we are on Lady Nazjar as we head through here into the first damage instance that the team needs to deal with. We've got that player running out to the edge. Make sure you don't get hit by this these sort of explosions. And it looks like they're fine. Looks like they're handling it. And as someone said in chat, the shaman will carry. And I like to hear that. That's a healer carrying, ladies and gentlemen. A healer carrying. And it's common, isn't it, Ko, that the healer carries?
Not with you. I haven't seen it, but I've heard tales of such a thing.
Yep, tales have been told. Control, talk to me about the melee. So, of course, we've got that survival hunter in this group. They're probably, dipping and diving and ducking everywhere to not get hit by this. Are you sort of frantically moving around?
Yeah.
What's happening?
This boss sucks for us. It's awful. Yeah. I mean, at least with this one, compared to the one we were talking about in Everbloom, you've got ads, so you can get a little bit of AoE DPS down and actually get on the meters, which is nice. But yeah, I mean, this is the worst boss in here, sure, for us. Yeah.
Okay, but it looks like this team's doing pretty well. We have the AoE coming and the interrupt coming out, and it looks like the mage is having a really great time. Having a quick look at the cam there, they're dancing, having a great time with the tunes. As we see here, they are heading through 36%-ish, entangling coming out, but it looks like they're dealing with it really, really well as the gate is up. And no, Zippy mentioned this earlier. A warlock with a gate is a good warlock to have. So Zippy, what are you thinking here? 29%, everyone looking good. Are you sort of thinking about the next pull and what you're going to be doing?
I mean, first I'm thinking about
sorry
these
to interrupt
ads.
here. We have a death by the mage coming out. I think cast a curse. I need to stop saying everything is fine as they head through to the last bit. Sorry, Zippy, continue.
No, specifically that was the point. These ads they will spawn, and if they don't get picked up immediately by the tank, the DPS do have to be mindful that if they re-aggro, these guys hurt a lot. There's also not a lot you can do to the boss while this is going on, so you have to just exercise some discipline, which is hard for all of us, I think.
Yeah, completely agree. And it looks like they are waiting for the res. They think they can do it. They're down to 22% on the boss. And I think they'll be able to do it as well, as long as they do focus up here and they carefully craft a way to deal with that ad, and it looks like they'll be just fine. Although the tank is dropped a little bit low, and as we've spoken about before, we're a little bit worried when that Brewmaster does go low, but the AoE's coming out. Now this is the part where I'm a little bit worried for them. Let's see what happens and see if the Resto can keep them up. Let's see what happens here. Looks like they're fine as they head through to the last bit. Ko, talk to me about the damage meter here. Are you caring about mechanics, or are you sort of standing still and saying, healer, sort me out?
That gold I gave you at the beginning for me to not die. Yeah. Well, there's no PI gold in this, is there? So I mean, that's unfortunately gone. I mean, the only thing is you're just kind of interrupting frostbolts, right? And trying to I'm trying to behave myself, right? Because we're featured, so I'm controlling my language. What I want to say, we need to take a deep breath and calm ourselves when the ads spawn. And just make sure we do the interrupts, do the mechanics normally, and then we can do the damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. And as in the last dungeon we saw, we had the big balls coming down the stairs. We had to dodge and dive. There is that spray coming out that we also need to dodge and dive in this dungeon. Very good point there, Ko. So we're heading through into the next boss straight away. Zippy, I'm going to take this over to you, and then Control, we're going to talk a little bit about melee on this boss. But this initial pull, they've popped their hero. As a tank, what are you doing here? It looks like they're going to bring them to the edge.
Yeah, you usually bring him to the edge because of the knockback. This time it looks like the tank has angled himself so that once the knockback comes out, it'll be perfect for right where he wants to run. Now with these extra ads coming up, you really ideally want some kind of dot damage out near them so they keep being pushed back. That would be the ideal, because otherwise the goop will take you.
Yep, the goop has taken another victim here, the mage. Now, this is interesting, Control. So the mage being ranged, you think maybe has a leg up on the melee. As a melee player here, do you find it's a little bit easier, a little bit more control of positioning yourself and moving to the right spots?
Yeah, this is much better fight for melee. I'm pretty much going to mimic what Zippy just said there. Make sure that you have back to the wall for the knockback. Watch your timers as they're coming out. You can get a good solid rotation on this boss with a lot of uptime, and also there's ads and spinning crane kick on these ads. Sorry, I forgot the name of my own abilities. Spinning crane kick on these ads is absolutely amazing. Just it completely dominates it. It's really, really good for Windwalk.
Right. It's very interesting, and I think maybe the chat appreciate this. You're really trying hard to push that Windwalker, and hey, let's see if that does get played going forward because of your great words you've got to say. Now, I'm a little bit concerned. I've not seen a Holy Priest yet. I know one will come out, I'm sure, as the night goes on. I'm positive, right? But it looks here, we've got some more deaths coming through from the team. They are trying to hang on. They're down to about 40%-ish, it looks like. Sorry, 34% on the boss. It looks like it's going to be a tank-healer combo. This is where it can get really, really crazy. Can the tank stay alive here? Can the healer do its business? And maybe pump a little bit more damage out to help get through. It looks like a lot of health to have to get through, though. Ko, as a DPS, when when you've died and you've been sitting on the ground, and you're looking at a tank healer combo, are you thinking, hey, they've got this? Or are you a bit unsure as to what's going to happen?
Yeah, I look at Zippy and I think, yeah, it's definitely going to happen. And I see you there running around and I'm like, oh, Christ, okay. I can't leave the keyboard because I know they're going to die in a second, right? So
Yeah.
it was just Zippy and it's fine. And one of our other healers, like a Talvi or someone like this, but I mean, you're never really sure with you.
No, and I appreciate those kind words. And let me go to Zippy here. So we're looking at a Brewmaster trying to stay alive, but unfortunately we had that Rester going down. They have popped the Resurrection. Of course, that cooldown is now going to be a long one, but they really, really want to kill this boss. 21%. Zippy, talk to me about the Brewmaster right now. Are you frantically trying to make sure you're getting those, getting that healing in, getting that DR up? What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, now it comes down to whether he can manage his stagger appropriately and whether he can get enough orbs out for his Expel Harm. It does look like the Resto Shaman has res themselves here, so they're going to have a healer again, which is very convenient. But Brewmaster can largely keep themselves alive if they don't take enough damage that they can't get Expel Harm orbs up. That's really going to be the important factor here. Whether they can mitigate enough that they can get their Expel Harm up before, or enough orbs to heal themselves with the Expel Harm before they fall. Now, my consideration, if I'm in their position here and the boss, it's just the healer and the tank on the boss, you're probably going to make it out alive, most likely, if you just keep to the straight and narrow and play your best. But the question is whether the time saved is time saved at all, or if you should have just released and then pulled the boss again with your DPS up and killed it faster. It's hard to say, and it definitely depends on your group as well, whether they are comfortable with this boss, whether this was a messed up pull, or if they think that they're likely to wipe on this boss if they try again, because then suddenly it's not worth trying again. You should just go for it with your healer and tank. So it's up to the individual group, but it's hard to tell whether they save time by staying alive.
Absolutely, and as we're looking here, we're down to about 10%. Unfortunately, yes, the resto is still alive. It looks like they're out of range. They're trying to look after themselves, right? I think it's really important that you do get your health bar up as soon as possible. As you mentioned, Zippy, the Brewmaster can deal with themselves, which is really, really good. They've got some DPS coming out as they go down to about 8%. We are really on a knife's edge again. It's another one of those bosses where anything could really happen. And we need to see if, it was worth the time spent, as Zippy mentioned as well. It looks like they are trying to kill these ads potentially, but unfortunately, the resto shaman has gone down. It's really down to this Brewmaster. If they can deal this last 6% damage onto the boss, it's about 3 million health, but no. Oh my goodness, that was very, very close. And as someone said in chat, go Panda go. Yeah, that was wild. 0 to 100% basically, right? Control, talk to me about this. Maybe playing a Brewmaster before, maybe playing that monk in the tank spec. When you're seeing that yo-yo, I mean, what's your anxiety level like at this point?
I mean, it's just like tanking as Death Knight all the time, right? It's 1% or 100%. There's no in between. Yeah, I guess that would, as a Brewmaster, that was a kind of oh no moment.
Yep.
But
and there we have it. We have it. We have the kill. They managed to do it, but as Zippy said, we'll see if it was worth the time. And then they didn't resurrect everyone. They didn't wipe and res. Maybe on the mental though. The mental, you really want to kill that boss, and if you get it done, it kind of spurs everyone on, hey, we can do this, we survived something really dangerous.
I'm not too sure there's some sort of epic thinking behind it. It's probably just, this is kind of cool to solo this, right?
Yeah, and they are live on stream.
You can see the Brewmaster player here, he's laughing and smiling, he's having a great time.
Yeah, everyone else is just AFK, but he's having a great time.
Yeah, exactly. Having a grand old time. Now, this is one of the most dangerous parts of the dungeon, and this is a place where, of course, many, many pugs have disbanded, fell apart, broken up, but not the dungeon dojo. They are heading into these corridors off a good high here, and here we go, as they pull the corridor on the left-hand side. Now, Zippy, left side, right side, which one are we doing first? Does it matter?
I will be honest with you, I thought you could only do this side first. I had no idea you could do it the other way around. I always do this side first, clearly. The other side I find to be a lot spicier, so maybe you should do it first, just because that is where your key is more likely to go wrong, and so you can do it earlier. But if you're a group like the Dungeon Dojo here with minds and tenacity of steel, then it doesn't really matter which way you go. The dungeon's got to die eventually anyway.
Yeah, you'll take any challenge that presents itself. Absolutely. Yes, for sure. Now here, it looks like they've got to dodge those beams that come across. That sometimes catches out some DPS. Talking of being caught out by mechanics, during this corridor, how are you positioning yourself to make sure that you are dodging those mechanics?
Just kind of like you see here with the Warlock. You just do exactly what they're doing here. I think they are, like all Warlocks, beautiful people, amazing players, and they should not be criticized a single bit. Especially if you're topping the meters, can you really ever be criticized, right? I think that's the main thing about this. So I mean, what a person, what a class,
get a room,
what a spec.
Yeah, get a room. I'm so happy Ko's here. It's such a DPS POV. It's fantastic. Control as a melee running down this corridor. I know on the Windwalk you've got a lot of mobility to be able to get in and out, but as general melee, are you sort of always wary of what's on the ground?
Yeah, absolutely. This corridor is particularly good for us as well, to be honest. Leg sweep, ring of peace, absolutely essential. Coming down here. I generally tend to roll in, leg sweep immediately, and spin. And usually beat the Warlock, not going to lie. But,
hey. Holy moly. I mean, some fighting words, of course, and we are heading down this corridor. We've heard the different POVs here. But I do want to point out, we are Starship EU, and we're very, very happy to be working with Raider.io. to be able to bring you Break the Meta casting live. Of course, if you want to be part of this and sort of feature on the stream, !BTM in your title, we'll be able to find you, get yourself an off-meta spec, and run those keys. It'd be super, super cool to see lots of different types of classes into this. Now, we have seen this dungeon. We'll maybe check in as we get to the last boss, but we're going to head over now to Ataldazar. And we've got one of our teams here. We're going to head over in just a second. I think we are preparing. And there we are in Ataldazar. We've got a different mix of classes here, which is really cool to see. We're back to that serpent-headed streamer. Zippy, what do you think about this?
About the serpent head or about the Ataldazar? The
Give
serpent
me-
head. I mean,
yeah.
he looks like he knows what he's doing, so I trust him implicitly. But this we're working with a guardian druid here. No, we're not. That's a cat. They looked like an owlbear, but they're clearly not. This is back to the feral. No, this is a guardian druid. I'm losing my mind. Okay, we are on a guardian druid. They have a lot of self-healing, which is good. Not quite in the same way as something like a Blood Decay does, where Blood Decay will just heal themselves to full immediately. Guardian druids do it a little bit more over time. However, one of the better things about having a guardian druid is they can also heal other people if needs be. If they're not pressed themselves, and it is tyrannical, so on a lot of pulls they might not be, they can throw a really big heal out to well, anyone really, but usually you'll save it for your healer so that they can worry about everybody else. And that's a very handy tool to have for guardians.
Yep. Exactly, and I think it's important that we talk about this boss, and I just also want to shout out the NA team that also cast for the Raider.io BTM earlier in the week. They did a fantastic job, and one of the bosses they did point out was this one, and they also pointed out communication. Especially with this boss, you've got these 3 totems you need to kill exactly the same time to enter the next phase. And I don't know about you, I'll go to control here. I've had many times where someone's got a bit aggressive with their buttons, right? And they've killed one very, very quickly. How have you found this boss, particularly the first phase?
Yeah, forget your pass on this fight. You got to be a little bit hesitant. I actually really like this fight. It's literally a backpedal and Fist of Fury fight for me, pretty much. I just sort of backpedal with the tank, follow it around the edge. I love the idea of that. That's quite a unique mechanic to get things to die at the same time in a Mythic Plus scenario in order to trigger a next phase. I'd like to see more of that in the future. I know we've seen it in the recent raid with the Council of Dreams, but I don't think I've ever seen it in a dungeon before. Mind you, I did miss maybe 6 expansions, so I might not be the best person to talk about that. But yeah, just in general, this fight is really good. If you use the add-on GTFO, it's incredibly annoying though. It's constant because you're constantly stood in this poison. It's like you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, great boss all round. They seem to
Right.
be handling it. It's good.
I mean, sorry.
So
go
you
on,
say
Kurt. Yeah.
you don't have an interrupt as a priest, do you? So like when the boss here has like noxious stench, like there's something that you as a priest you let noxious stench go uninterrupted, don't you?
I do let the noxious stench go uninterrupted but I can't speak anymore because I'm so overwhelmed with what you just said. Listen, as a priest, what I do for the group here is I put a nice soft blanket over everyone, and when that blast goes off, nothing will penetrate it. Right, Ko? I did want to ask you though, Ko, there's a lot of puddles on the ground. The DPS do have, they have to move around, right? They have to sort of dodge these pools to not take damage. As someone who does stand still and sort of absorb all the damage, how do you like to deal with those sort of mechanics? Are you sort of annoyed that you have to move, or what's that?
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, like every second you're moving is a second you're not doing any damage. So unless you're melee, of course, in which case things change slightly. Like you know, what else are you supposed to do? You want to hit those buttons as hard as you can, because the harder you press them, the more damage you do, which is a widely known fact in the WoW community. And if you haven't tried it, then try it at home. I don't have any guarantee for the safety of your keyboard afterwards. So yeah, I mean it's slightly annoying, but you know,
Yeah,
if
I
you're
get you.
playing with a good healer, they can handle it.
Exactly. Now, Zippy, before we sort of talk about these mechanics here, I want to point out to everyone, and I'm sure everyone knows this. This is a pug killer, and it's been a pug killer for I think the whole of the season. Approaching this fight, is there something you're telling your team? I know from a healer's perspective, I'm sort of trying to communicate where to stand when sort of this goes off. But what are you telling your team as a tank, and what are you thinking potentially going through into this fight?
If I'm communicating anything with my team during this fight, it will usually be where I'm about to move the boss. The spiders can be kind of volatile in terms of RNG. Sometimes they follow you very aggressively, and sometimes they seem to just kind of not want anything to do with you, honestly. And so you're not pulling it in the same rhythm every single time. I suspect we're about to move away from the wall here to move into a better position for the spiders. But yeah, this boss is kind of a positioning nightmare, because at the same time the spiders are wandering around the room, but then occasionally they will suddenly start converging on you. So you gotta watch out, and you gotta be careful. And specifically, we're working with a Guardian Druid here. Their magic mitigation, not the best in the world, pretty notoriously. If they do get hit by one of these spiders, they are liable to just take most of their health bar, or at least a lot of it. So they gotta be extra careful on this class when dealing with this boss.
Yeah.
I
No,
just want to point out
yeah.
that as DPS, then you have racking pain to interrupt in Atal Zadar, but you can also just have a curse to spell, which makes it a healer problem.
Well, Ko, this shows that, hey, you're a PvPer. You can't actually interrupt it.
Yeah, I was
it's
just
not
gonna
a thing
say.
you can anymore. But that's
Oh,
okay.
damn it.
But but no, I do get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. Racking pain is a very, very dangerous thing. I know a lot of people bring in those trinkets, sort of more the tanking trinkets, right, to deal with these sort of mechanics, maybe one-shot mechanics. As a clothy myself, I would bring in something to protect myself when racking pain goes on. And this is the whole conversation we've had previously of cooldown management and really understanding when and where to use things, not to exhaust all your cooldowns early, to make sure you have something for everything. And if you don't, do let your team know, and maybe you can work things out on the fly. They are doing pretty well, though. They are getting through these phases here, and it looks like the group's on about 50% across the board, but the healer is getting everyone up. Doing a fantastic job. I will point out the healer regularly, as they do not get enough love, Ko. But hey, it is what it is. Now, Control, talking about melee on this fight, there's a lot of zooming around and dodging and you need to do, especially when it comes to having to move out the group to sort of... to move out away from the boss to group with everyone. How do you try and deal with those things? Do you consciously get ready for it?
This is an absolute god tier boss for a Windwalker. Well, for monks in general. I mean, when you can roll out fast, you can Flying Serpent kick out, you can get to where you need to stack with your teammates. I just said teammates. Wow. Okay, with your teammates as quick as well, probably quicker than anyone else, apart from Warlock Portal maybe. But yep, you can get there, and then as soon as they spawn as well, you've got Ring of Peace to deal with that. You've got Leg Sweep to deal with that. So you can just pin them in place, get back to the boss, let everyone else deal with DPSing them down. It's great.
Yep, so lots of tools, and we are getting through here to the last 10%. We did have a death come through, but they got that resurrect very, very quickly to make sure that they can get through to the end of this boss. We're coming down to the last maybe like 5%. We're going to see if they can survive. I don't think any wipes are going to happen here. I think we're going to have a clean finish to a Taldazar, and it looks like we're on the last couple of percent as we get ready for them to finish. And there we have it. Break the meta. With Raider.io, we have another completion here, 22, and it looks like we're going to head through to another dungeon. It looks like they're on the second boss, I believe, if you want to throw that up. There we have it. We're going to jump straight into the action here. We're going to straight to Zippy as well. This boss, the knockback, as a tank, I don't think it's something particularly you have to deal very much with, but if you're looking out and seeing your DPS being thrown to the edge, what are you thinking during that time?
I'm thinking this is a great time to pad. Truthfully, these ads don't tend to deal that much damage to the tank. You can see we have quite a few of them up here, and the tank is holding steady. Not a lot is actually happening to the tank specifically. So The whelp's not a huge concern. Usually if something goes wrong in my eyes, it will be the earth. I don't remember what this is called, but the rocks falling from the sky.
Yep,
The
yep,
puddle
yep.
on the ground that needs to be out of here, or we'll need to communicate that we're going to move the boss elsewhere in order to not be in there anymore.
Yeah, and I think there's something with, again, pre-planning, preempting everything that's going to happen to get yourself prepared. I know as a healer, we're constantly thinking about things like that, but I imagine as a DPS, it's something that you have to sort of focus in on to get prepared. Make sure you can do as much damage as possible whilst still not taking that much damage to help your healers out. So, Ko, talk to me about that. Talk to me about how you sort of look at the mechanics of the fight, thinking, hey, I'm going to try and take as least damage as possible to help the group get through it.
Yeah, of course. Like, genuinely, I know we're kind of memeing around slightly with is all a healer problem, but yeah, you do have to really make sure that you are using all of your toolkit, which is actually something that PvP really helped me with personally, expanding the use of all of your toolkit and being able to respond quickly and promptly to different situations. They just about rescue that. I was a bit nervy, but thankfully they have a holy priest, right? Who what's that?
Yeah. And I think that's something to talk about very quickly here. But they do have a lot of adds up as they're going into this last phase. The rocks have fallen as entangling comes out, but it looks like they are staying on. But the Holy Priest has gone down. They did go down with PI up, which is pretty sad, but it's fine. They're down to about 22%. Let's see if they can handle this without a healer. It's going to be very, very tricky. Looks like the res is coming out, though, as the knock does come back. But we've had another death as well. This might be a reset. And many adds are up, as they're down to about 18%. The healer is up, though, with the tank. And of course, as we know, tank and healer combos are really, really strong to get through bosses. The Holy Priest here, as I've mentioned before, they do bring that damage with the mini rework, and they are very good at making sure they can first aid, they can triage heal, they can get people up as fast as they can. This AoE damage, though, can be quite tricky for them, but they are keeping everyone alive as much as possible. I'm looking over at their cooldowns. They do have a defensive themselves. PI is available, as well as that Mass Dispel, but it looks like one of the DPS... No, everyone looks good. As we move here, the tank's about 50% HP, but everything looks fine as we're down to about 6%. The ads are still up, entangling is up. It's going a bit crazy here. Again, the yo-yoing, as we've talked about previously, I know with Zippy and Control, this yo-yoing of the Brewmaster damage as we head through here to 4%, and the Warlock is getting very low, but as we all know, the Warlock can survive everything as they hit the health stone. They are spamming it, as we can see on the UI, as much as possible to help the healer out. As we get down to 1%, this is crazy. One DPS less. Can they do it? And they did. Oh my goodness, they have made it through.
Easy.
It was just a hell of a lot of whelps that were going around the room. But they managed
It
to
looked
do it.
like they deliberately ran into some whelps during parts of that pull while the knockback wasn't going on. I do wonder if they had a strategy going on with that. Certain things proc off of deaths or something like that. I'm not sure, but it definitely looked like they were trying to get more ads.
Yeah. And I think it was a perfect time to show, as you guys were saying, about the tools, and especially Ko, using all your tools that you've got. As we saw that come out just then, they were using everything that they had to make it through, and they have. And I'm really excited to see the last boss. I think it's one of my favorites, actually, because it requires good teamwork, good synergy between people. Now, as we come down this corridor, Zippy, I want to come to you now, and this is a bit of an opinion. As a tank, which healer, when they lock in, are you thinking, yes, thank goodness we have this on our team?
That depends which tank I'm playing, I'll be honest with you.
Okay, let's say one of your favorite tanks that I've seen you, maybe the DK.
Sure. I mean, as a DK, I'm generally not super worried about which healer I have. I do like the Disc Priest. Anything that's able to increase my mitigation when I'm on the DK, because as much as it's not an issue to run low, I'd rather not. And if I could run low at a slower pace, that would be great.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty great one. If I'm playing the Brewmaster, for example, I'm usually looking for something that has a good amount of heal over time so that they can manage my stagger sort of passively almost. That's kind of nice to have. Yeah, it very much varies on what tank I'm playing. Usually
Okay.
I will be looking more for utility than healing profile, though, if we're not if I'm not expecting to take like a crazy amount of damage.
Yeah, and I think that's something that is really great with World of Warcraft, right? There are so many different combos, there's so many different classes and specs you can play to really mold different types of groups. And as we're seeing here with the off-meta stuff, anything is really possible. Anything is really playable. It's just how you can synergize with each other. Now, before we get to this last boss, I do want to mention something that I know Co did earlier, but I think we should through the cast. Of course, everyone here is playing to get the Dreaming banner of the aspects. It's only available for the participating teams in Season 3 MDI and AWC. You have to time 2 17s and the higher keys with a full group with the BTM eligible specs. Of course, those off-meta specs that we've spoken about. If you don't get that banner, that reward is gone forever. That's right. There's none of this. It'll show up on the trading post or anything crazy like that. It is gone. And these are some of the eligible specs that we've got up on screen here. So get that done. It's these keys are they're not particularly crazy difficult to do the 2-7 teams, but maybe you'll pick up a spec that you've never played before, and it'll be exciting to see. So as we hop back into the action here, we are on to the last boss. Now, Co, talk to me about the damage profiles here. Are we just blasting as hard as we can? What's the Warlock thinking about?
Well, you're looking probably for the Nightmare Bolt, basically to use the defensive. But, I mean, as a DPS on this boss, you're kind of blessed. And then obviously induce paranoia, spread away from everyone in the party. Pretty much that's it. The DPS mindset is you minimize it, the whole fight, as little as possible, and then you help your healer pass by taking as much damage as you possibly can. And then they go really high on the meters, right? And that's, as what you said earlier, you're looking for healer meters. So don't come at me with this DPS stuff. And then say you're looking for healing meters.
Okay. Control. So melee. This fight in particular, I know if you're melee, you'll get that sort of debuff where you've got to stand on top of people or move away. What do you think about this fight? Is this something that you enjoy coming to, or are you sort of dreading it?
I mean, my general sort of strategy on this is stand on Zippy. Stand on Zippy for the whole fight until phase 2 kicks in. Then I'll pop a defensive and Touch of Karma, and then just dodge stuff on the floor. It's fun. It's fun. Because I'm stood near the boss pretty much all the time, unless I've got the spreading thing. I forget what it's called. Uptime's good. There's no ads, so I don't get any AoE off, but still, it's quite fun. There's 3 mechanics. It's not massively complicated, but if you do make a mistake, it's not very forgiving. Everything hits pretty hard, so yeah.
One thing I do want to point out, that PI is available now. Co, talk to me about a few tactics that you have to get PI out of your priests.
Well, you send them lovely gifts if they give you their address, because as you know, everyone has gold, so you've got to really step your game up.
Do you know what? I've only got like 5k gold. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for gold, here's the place to announce it, right?
Is that an Asmongold tactic? Are you trying to get gifts?
Yeah.
I will be at the cathedral steps after this. Anyway.
he's a gold digger. Absolutely.
Oh, no.
He will sell himself for
continue.
Gold, by the way.
Yeah. But no,
like,
what are the
for a really
tactics you
small amount as well.
Oh, right.
Like, yeah. I mean, you've never given me PI, so all my tactics clearly don't work.
Yeah, maybe you haven't found the one true tactic. We need to take that love language test together. Anyway, we're moving.
What do you need from me? Tell me, and I'll do it.
Just words of affirmation, Co. That's all. We've moved away from the game here as we get down to 12%. Zippy, 12% tank. How are you feeling as a brewmaster? You're looking pretty stable, to be honest.
It is looking pretty stable. However, one of the things that happens on phase 2 here that I didn't know about until one of my favorite healers ever told me is whenever he stands in one of these red swirlies, he does get a stacking damage increase buff. He had about 9 of them when you passed over to me, but it looks like they've managed to drop them, and now the boss also has been dropped. So as long as you don't get those stacks too high up, it's all manageable, but he's very hard to move out in time.
Yeah. Well, hey, we've had the dungeon completion here. 25. Wonderful. We've had in chat, there's another way to get PI. It's by singing to me. Maybe we'll catch that at some point. But we are going to jump straight back into some more action as we see the Dungeon Dojo, I believe, on the last part of the last boss. As we see here, the mage, of course. The team looks like they've done pretty well. I'm trying to see if they've got a weak aura for the dungeon. They do not, but they've done it.
Anyway.
They've done it. 19. Perfect. And yeah, really good stuff, especially getting through this. As we all know, it's not a fan favorite.
I love that new details window. That's so cool.
I think it's amazing. Yeah. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah. It's, that's something I got caught up on because I didn't know they'd put it in like 2 patches ago. Wild.
Yeah.
But yeah, good stuff.
So while we wait for a new dungeon here, I'd like to talk to you guys a little bit about add-ons and also UI. So let's start with add-ons. I know there's been a bit of a contention recently, and with how much the add-ons sort of take to load, loading times, things like this, but also if these add-ons are too much for the game, if they really play the game for you. I know a lot of us here like to have a UI with a lot of information. I'll go to Zippy first, as I know you are a big fan of all this sort of information on the screen. Add-ons for you, what does it bring to the game that you're really excited about to play and sort of customize?
I mean, it's the customization. I will mention, like, the MMO that I've played the most apart from WoW doesn't allow add-ons in Final Fantasy XIV. So it's a very big contrast coming into WoW, and I've certainly embraced it. I'm a modder. I mod every game that I play if I can, pretty much. And so coming into WoW that has one of the most insane APIs I've ever seen in a video game it's really been something. I've been able to set up the information that I want exactly the way I want, and nobody can stop me, even though it looks horrendous.
Yeah, only you have to see it, so it's fine, as long as it's good for you. Ko, now you're a arena PvP player, a dying breed I've seen. So for you, add-ons, things like this, do you use them a lot? Or are you more of a organic, natty UI user?
I think you have to use them for some aspects of the game. If you want to be super competitive, I think it's just not optional anymore to be able. I mean, okay, maybe it is optional if you really, really know your stuff. So if you look at some players like Naj or Peekaboo or Absturge or any of these high-end PvP guys, you could turn their add-ons off and they'd be at the top of the leaderboards and top of the ladder. Maybe not at like AWC level, but they'd be kicking everyone's ass. But that's after 15 years of playing the game. So, I mean, it's a difficult one, right? Because you want the game to be challenging, and you want to provide that. You don't have to do level keys like that are plus 32, right? So it's not like that's what you have to do. So it's still, you can modify it to yourself and just enjoy the game how you like. And how I view it is, if you want to do a plus 17 and you don't want add-ons, go for it. If you want to do the plus 32s, then that's there for you with the add-ons as well. But the main problem is, should the game be designed with add-ons in mind or not?
Yeah, and I think that is the big question. Before we head into our next dungeon, I do want to head to the jungle down there at Control. Hey, what do you think about add-ons over there in the wild?
I love them. I think I actually think the turning point for me actually becoming a WoW player, not just a gamer, was when I realized I could customize my UI. I absolutely love that element of the game. Raiding and dungeons, super important to me. And then transmog. Everyone knows transmog is the real end game, but the big thing for me, is being able to customize my UI. I love getting complimented on my UI. I love all of the whole process. It's wonderful. Yeah, so stop throwing shade, all right? It's a wonderful UI. But yeah. But I love the way that you can use add-ons to get rid of the noise. So anything you really don't care about, like, for example, I used to use mixed scrolling battle text, and it was just like, and just being able to get rid of things and Like, make it so that I'm only seeing information that's relevant to the fight that I'm currently doing or the content that I'm currently doing. Absolute yes from me. Where I do see where it can be a little bit the opposite is with add-ons like DBM Bigwigs, where the timers and things are in place. And right now, if one of the top guilds in the world went into the Race to World first without them, they'd be absolutely crazy. Yeah, so because they basically wouldn't win because they help them to win, right?
But
because that's the standard, right? So yeah.
talking about hiding things that you don't want, chat wants to see a Matt Hare reveal, I think.
And as promised, by the end of tonight, it will
Come
be
on.
all out for everyone to see. And while we're on this topic, Control, as Control mentioned, hiding things, you know, sort of stuff, I'm very much the same. My UI is very much clean, minimal. I just want to see the things that I need to see. We are going to jump into a run. We've waffled enough for now, and the reveal will come soon. I'll just say that. All right.
Feels like he's dodging
okay.
the topic, right?
Yeah, I mean,
he's
right.
He's the commander. Let's go.
Okay, right. Here we have another run here by. Is this our Dungeon Dojo? Is this a new group we're looking at?
No, this is one of the French teams actually.
Okay, wonderful. And as they're heading down this first corridor, anxiety starts to build, I think, as you jump into this dungeon. But I think they'll be just fine because they've got a holy priest. So that's a great thing. Oh, we've had a death already. I need to stop saying that they're going to be okay, as we do have our first death of the dungeon. How dangerous is this corridor, Zippy, coming into it?
This one can be pretty rough. A lot of people don't seem to know about the fact that you can purge some of these mobs so they don't dink you quite as hard. There's some pretty important spellcasts coming out, and overall just so much damage. Like we talked about earlier in Throne of the Tides, these mobs are out to kill you. They are not messing around. And so that corridor, it will also bait you into trying to pull a lot because you can, and they're right there. It would be so easy, but you got to be careful. If you pull too much, it's very quickly very over.
Yeah, absolutely. And Co, now the evening, we're about 2 hours in-ish, 2.5, not sure. The evening has gone quite well. We've seen lots of different types of DPS. Still though, is there one particular you're really hoping someone goes live with?
No, I mean I've seen Warlock and Warrior, so I'm more than happy. That's pretty much the event for me. I'm really happy with the two I've seen. I think there are some specs that I really want to see more of. I think Enhancement Shaman I really kind of like the idea of. I don't see it played enough. I really do like Enhancement Shaman. But other than that, not really. Honestly, I think that's pretty much it. I was really looking forward to seeing Warlock and Warrior because they're the ones I play, obviously. And I'm pretty happy with the results so far.
Yep. And of course, we've seen this dungeon quite a lot. We've seen sort of the run through it. We've seen all the different aspects of it. I know we have an Ital queued up from a team with some potentially different combos than we've not seen before. So we're going to load that up in just a second here as they prepare. And the POV is, of course, the one and only, the Holy Priest, right? So I think this is going to be really interesting to see as we go through here. Let's see if there's any... we can't see chat, but I'm sure there's some conversations happening in chat about who's getting PI. But it looks like they're going to do the route where they take it down straight to the first boss, which I think is very much a route that you can take. Zippy, talking about routes, is this the route that you normally take, or do you take that pack on the left before moving on?
I prefer this route personally. I like taking it to the first boss. There's a few reasons. One, this boss can quickly brick a key, and so if it's gonna do that, then you may as well get it over with. But also, I find the other side, the mobs there are really dangerous, and they have a lot of abilities. If any of them don't get interrupted, then you're quickly in quite a bit of trouble, or if you interrupt the wrong ones, for that matter. Whereas this looks like a more classic route from back when the season started, and I find the mobs here to be a lot more palatable.
Yeah.
But maybe it's just me. I haven't experienced the other route as much as I have the sort of go straight to boss, and then presumably they're going up to Mr. Snot after this.
Yeah, and they've done a really great start to this fight. We're down to about 37% on the boss as we have that mechanic, the fear that you need to line of sight. Control, talk to me about melee, and if you get targeted by this fixate, are you what are you doing? You're running for the hills as fast as you can?
I don't think melee actually got targeted by this if there's a ranged or the healer's alive. I've been targeted maybe once, and that was when people were dead.
Right, yeah, hey, just testing your knowledge. Right, we're going down to resin here. We're about 13% on the meters, 11%. This group is doing some crazy good damage. And hey, that Holy Priest is surely doing a lot for them as well as they hide for this fear. And they'll come out again. Now, Ko, what was the last dungeon that you did M+ wise?
I did Dark Heart Thicket, and I did it with some people in the chat, which I'd like to obviously shout out if they're still there. One being Detrix, who spent the entire dungeon trying to get me killed. Thankfully for me, he got killed by someone else who was trying to meme in the dungeon as well. Morlock, who managed to kill him for me first. So that was an amazing time for me. And yeah, that was the last one I did.
Okay. And okay, well, hey, sometimes you got to have some memey fun with some friends. And I think that's important. I think we're doing Break the Meta now in association with Raider.io, who is putting this on for us. Of course, it's fun, these competitions, but at the same time, as the WoW community grows, especially on places like Starship, as we do have a death here from the Holy Priest, it looks like there will be a wipe, and they'll have to regroup, but they're not too far from the entrance, so it's fine. It's all good. So I'll continue here about the community aspect, and sometimes it's just fun to have a run with your friends and sort of meme around and see what happens. Control, what do you think about things like that? Do you like to, run people off an edge and that sort of thing?
No, actually, I'm extremely serious when we get into things like this because, like I say, I'm usually leading, so I don't want to be the person that messes everyone up. Also, I pay for everyone's repairs, so going to the root topic on this particular dungeon, I love taking that first pack on the left because then by the time you get up to the Golden Sanguine boss, you don't have to worry about going down the stairs to the left to get that extra pack. I think it's... Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, sorry, I've just seen something behind the scenes. It's quite interesting. Get ready. But yeah. No, it's... I forgot what you actually asked me. Do I troll people when I'm doing the runs?
Yeah, do you troll people?
If it's a +2, maybe. But otherwise, I'm all about helping people grow. And,
okay.
Yeah.
The flower boy.
I'm like flower boy.
You're like flower boy. Well, I think it's an interesting thing, and also when you get more comfortable with your team, I think then it becomes a little more memeier. I know for our guild, when we're sort of clearing places like Heroic again, and you've sort of got the main squad in, things kind of get a bit fun. Zippy, what do you think about all that? Is there a time and place to be memey and then serious?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in raids, I will sometimes encourage people to try and kill me, especially back in Aberrus on the first boss. That was a good time. But yeah, in lower keys, I think there's definitely a place for it. You gotta keep the team morale up somehow when you're doing a lot of keys, and I think having a bit of fun with each other is a good way. However, I'm not usually the guy doing the messing. I'm usually the guy tasked with fixing it afterwards, which I do enjoy. To be fair, that is fun for me, so I can't complain too much.
That's good. And Kurt, go on.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, talking about making people grow and helping them. Matt, I can see your lovely hair now, and it's helping me grow personally. And I think it's going to help people in chat as well. If you're going to be here at the end of this Atal Dazar, then you will get to see his lovely locks, which is even more lovely than my lock.
Honestly, Matt, if I could have a poster of you on my wall, I would.
Okay. Right, we'll let that hang for a second. Speaking of hanging, it looks like they're hanging all their weight here on the Holy Priest as they're heading down the corridor on to the next group of mobs. And as always, we know that we want to take that group before we hit this boss, as we're seeing here. Sorry, I'm just looking at chat. Craziness. Right, we know that we've got to kill these totems all at the same time. So we look how we have the damage spread. Now, as a healer, what I like to do is have a look around the room and see where I can help out. If a DPS is lagging behind, give them a quick hand. And I suppose it's the same for tanking too, Zippy.
Pretty much.
What you're gonna?
You
Sorry,
have to...
I just have to say you're gonna give the DPS a quick hand, are we, Matt? Is that a promise?
It's always a promise, Co. It's always a promise.
That's how you stay alive. But as tank on this, I mean, you're constantly being chased by this giant guy who just takes up half of your screen. So it's sometimes quite difficult to tell whether or not these totems are going down at the right time. My strategy usually is to just look for one that doesn't seem to be dropping very quickly, or one that maybe only has the healer next to it, or has whoever I expect to be the lowest damage next to it is usually my strategy. And then once we get to this part, well, it's all backpedaling all the time.
Yeah.
Which is not super interesting, but you'll get through it.
I think there's a lot of backpedaling, and personally, what I like to do is position myself just in front of the tank as they're backpedaling to keep that tight group. It's just a lot easier to heal, as opposed to sort of the DPS all spread around the room as they are now. But it looks like they're handling it pretty well as we head through here. 50% on the boss. No trouble normally at this stage. It's just if the healer can rotate their cooldowns well. And I think they'll be just fine, as they do have that holy word Serenity ready to go, that triage heal. Now, Co, we're looking at this boss here, and we're looking at damage meters. For you, what's a successful run? What does success look like for you as a DPS player? Is it simply top of the meters, or is it like, hey, I didn't die, I also did pretty well on damage, or, I got those interrupts when I needed to? What's success look like for you?
Do you know at the end of a football match when they're interviewing the strikers, right? And the striker hasn't scored a goal, but he has to stand there and say, I'm really happy for the team, like, we got the 3 points, so that's the most important. But you can tell in his soul he's really annoyed that he didn't, score 2 goals. That's exactly how you feel as a DPS, right? If you're not top of the meters, it doesn't really matter if you time the key. You got carried, right? So you have to be top of the meters and everything else go well. And that's the life of a DPS. That's the only option, right? Either you're top of the meter and everything went well, which is the best. You're top of the meter and it was horrible. It's the second best option. And the third is everything went perfectly and you did nothing.
I disagree.
And that's the lowest possible thing that could happen to you, is that you're not top and everything went well. Top is first.
And Control, I know you want to come in here. Yeah, I know
I disagree.
I know you're a person that helps people grow, right? You help them become growers.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about what Co just said?
I am much more interested in placing a well-placed ring of peace and helping someone and saving them than being top of the meters. And I think what it is that Windwalker just hasn't been top of the meters for so long that I've been conditioned.
So you have to make do.
I've been conditioned into being mid. But yeah.
But the most important question though is, where do you normally position your ring?
Okay, so we're heading now into the pack, into the middle of the room, and of course this can be a very dangerous pack for many teams as those charges do come out. We've got the dodge weak aura coming on the Warlock, and moving forward here, we are going into the interrupts. Of course, the fear comes out. If you don't interrupt it, it's going to be a real bad time. Now, Zippy, do you sort of take it on yourself to interrupt, or are you hoping that the DPS pull themselves together and get a good interrupt?
It depends on what has just happened, to be honest. I will try to interrupt where I can, especially a scream like this. But a lot of the time I have other things to worry about. It also depends how deep are we in the pull. When we've just pulled a pack, then I probably don't have extra fingers to press those extra buttons. It's just not going to happen because I'm trying to keep myself alive. Once the tank is stabilized, I would say they should be interrupting as much as anyone else, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I agree. And yeah, I know Ko wants to hit those meters, but I think he's a good interrupter as well. He gets stuck in and gives everyone a hand. Now we're going to go up this corridor here. We've got the fire coming down. The bursting stacks didn't quite finish everyone off, which is good to see. And this fire is a killer, really. So you got to be very, very careful. No unnecessary deaths are needed. And the priest is going to head up the stairs, take their time as we get on to the next boss. Now, the next boss I find is quite interesting. There's lots of different ways to do it. Do you CC the ad, or do you take it down as fast as possible? We're going to see what they come up with. And also, this is where you control, right? The puddles, the blood on the ground, when you absorb it, it's good to help your team out, right? Take that one that's a bit further away to help the rest of your team. Let's go to control. Have you been in situations where all the puddles have just disappeared and there's nothing left for you?
I don't say anything.
Oh.
Yeah. Not really, no. I'm fast. I ain't got
Okay.
anything else to add.
I've
sorry.
scared him. Oh,
Yeah,
I
you
feel,
have
I
scared him.
feel so bad.
You've scared him off. Well, he is fast, so that's always it's sometimes a good thing, right? To be nice and quick. But hey, we've got the gold coming out. It looks like they're going to take it down as fast as possible, as they are looking soon to collect those pools. They need to enter right now. What's going to happen is the boss is going to try and absorb the health of all of the teammates, but they're not going to be allowed to because that blood has soaked over every single player on the team. Looks really good, and they are doing the boss as fast as possible. We're going to have a new ad coming out very, very soon. And Zippy, looking at this here, the ad and the boss placement, how important is it?
I mean, it's pretty critical. Otherwise, you end up with the ad reaching the pools, and that's a bad time for everyone. That said, this team it's a pretty good team comp for it. I mean, you have the Windwalker that Adam loves, or Control loves. They got their Ring of Peace. They got Leg Sweep. They even could just paralyze the mob and leave it to stand there for a little while if nobody else is dealing damage. In addition, they've got the Arms Warrior who can put out some really quick burst DPS, so once that mob has dropped to like half health, they can hop in, Mortal Strike, and they can probably start executing from there. So ad, I think, is going to be relatively easy for this team to deal with as they kill this boss now. But yeah, positioning, that's pretty much all you can do on this boss.
Yeah, and they've done a really good job here of taking this down as fast as possible. Just really quickly, while we go on to the next boss here, you have heard us say Adam a few times for Control. Now, we have two Adams in the cast, and we usually call them Adam 1 and Adam 2. Now, we do want to solve the mystery of who is 1 and 2. Would you both like to plead a case before we get on to this next boss?
Yep, I am Adam 1 because I was born before Adam 2, so I'm Adam 1.
Okay.
Yeah, and talking about your date of birth, it was your birthday the other day and you turned 50 what?
What? No. I'm going to put the camera on in a minute. I am not 50. Yet.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, you're
49.
not. No, no, he's a very good looking man. Very good looking man. Not as good looking as our poster boy over here. I'm pretty sure you've changed jacket as well for the effect.
Yeah.
Oh, it's about me. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he looks.
Yeah.
Oh, what is it? Back in the 80s, there was a music revival called New Wave. You look like a New Wave poster boy. But...
You know, we were talking about age, and then
Yeah.
the first thing you said. Okay, cool. Well,
That doesn't make me 50 though.
No, true.
Yeah, but I'm just
thank
saying,
you,
I am
think.
starting my hostile takeover. I've renamed myself as Adam1 on Discord, and he hasn't said anything so far. So I'm taking that as a positive sign. I also said I'd duel him for the privileges of Adam1, and I'm waiting for that reply. So
Yeah.
I guess it's
coming.
just maybe it's coming. Who knows? I've a small but loyal group of rebellious guildies who
Look.
are supporting my claim.
Look, he's formed a clique, and they're on his side because he's obviously doing them some kind of favour, whether that's financially, whether that's giving them food, cat pics, I don't know. But he's got a clique, and they voted for him there.
Yeah.
I was just going to say there's a poll in the chat to figure out who is Adam 1.
Yes, there is indeed, and I did vote in
Is
it.
there? Oh my
Yes, there
goodness.
is. We are about to come to the end of the boss here on about 10%. The team is doing really, really well to keep everyone alive. I do want to say, as we are going to go into a short 5-minute break after this, I just want to say thank you again to Raider.io for giving us this opportunity to be able to cast Break the Meta with this wonderful team of people here. Now, this boss has been completed. It's a 15, a bit of a lower one, but hey, they need to level that key to be able to get into those 17s, which they will do very, very soon. When we come back, we've got some more crackers to show you. So grab yourself a cup, grab yourself a drink, maybe something a bit stronger, as I see in chat. There's lots of people wanting to do. And hey, we'll see you over in the next part of the broadcast. If you want to transition onto us real quick, Adam, 2 or 1, I don't know who you got voted by.
You better flick your hair.
Yeah. So all I want to say is, Zippy, I know I asked Control last time. How are you feeling about this evening so far? What have you been excited about seeing?
Yeah, it's pretty good. We've primarily seen Brewmaster monks, a little bit of Guardian here, and I think the only time we saw a Prot Warrior was when we were looking at Pika, which does surprise me. Warrior it's a popular class. It's really strong, but it does require you to manage some resources pretty specifically, so maybe that's why we're not seeing it as much.
Okay. Well, hey, there's more stuff to look out for as we head into the last session for this evening. But of course, that is it for now, for just a couple of minutes from myself, Co, Zippy, and Adam too. See you in a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Break the Meta. I, of course, am Matty. I'm joined by Ko, Zippy, and Control. We're back, and we're going to watch some incredible runs. I know we've got a couple about to be lined up, but let me go over to Ko. So, we have seen quite a lot this evening. We've seen one of your favorite specs, the Warlock. Do you think it's being utilized correctly with the gates and the health stones? Are teams doing everything they can?
I mean, there are a few things, obviously, with the different gateway skips, but you're not really expecting that outside of really high-end organized stuff. If you see it, it's appreciated, right? But it's not one of those things that you necessarily expect to see at this level. But I guess it's just one of those things that happens. But the other thing, going slightly off topic, is I would like to announce to all of the swooning ladies in chat that my boy is single and he is ready.
Oh my god.
His DMs are open. We had something we were trying to prepare for him, but it just didn't pan out. So what we'll say is,
What?
you can slide into his DMs. He does stream and appreciates messages of love, as you heard earlier, when he was trying to say why I didn't have PI. So if you would like to be his PI bae for the rest of your life, then he is here and handsome and waiting.
How do you feel about that, Matty?
I feel things. Thank you for that, Ko. Yeah, there we are. That's okay. Don't normally have no words, but here we are. So, Zippy, I want to talk to you a little bit whilst we wait to go into the dungeon. Talk to you a little bit about Season 4, the next season that's coming through, and all the different raids that are coming out, and the dungeons too. Is there something you're particularly looking forward to going into that?
I really look forward to doing Vault of the Incarnates again. I really look forward to doing Heroic Razagath again. That fight is so much fun. Avarice is also going to be fun to come back to. To be honest, by the end of Season 2, I'd had enough of the place, but I'm definitely ready to go back after some Immutersil now. And frankly, I like all the Dragonflight dungeons. Not equally, but all of them, yeah, they're pretty good dungeons. I enjoyed running them. I'll be happy to see the ones we haven't run since Season 1. Especially because I was relatively new to M+ spec in Season 1, so it'll be really fun to see like how my perspective on them has changed from a personal level. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing what people will do with all the new types of gear. The trinkets, I know, have been a contention. I've seen over on Whalehead when all of those have come out. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. Control, how are we looking? Are we looking good?
Kind of. Every single raid that I've found is in Throne of the Tides. I'm trying to get a bit of variety on the go. So we're going to go into a Throne of the Tides for sure. And it's going to be with Enraged. So I'm going to jump over now.
Hey, that's a Holy Priest. That sounds good to me. Yeah, we can have a look at Enraged until something else pops up. But I'm sure with all these different team comps, all these different mixes of players, something new happens every dungeon, even if it's the same dungeon. And as we see there, the Spit came out, the Poison Spit, which is normally very deadly, but it looks like the team is dealing with it pretty well. So, Ko, coming into this dungeon, looking at all these different affixes, is this a week that you think you would want to push? Or is this a week that you sort of want to, you'll do your 20s and then you'll move on?
To be honest, I'm more of a casual player anyway, so doing the kind of 20s and all of this is where I am these days in life with WoW. I had my hardcore raiding days many moons ago, and it's not my thing anymore to do that hardcore stuff. So yeah, do like the 20s and move on, and it's just about what you enjoy for me currently. And Entangling, Bursting are kind of pretty cool affixes, pretty not easy to deal with, but they add some spice without making it too obnoxious, shall we say. I don't think it's something that anyone particularly fears going into. So yeah, I think they're pretty nice ones to play and to just have fun with friends, right?
Yeah, exactly. Having fun with friends, especially during this time of the season where that initial burst, I know Zippy as well, you can speak on this, at the beginning of the tier, we were pushing hard for that gear, for those levels to really get the stuff ready for raid. And now you can relax a little bit more if you're not so hardcore. How did you feel, Zippy, from the beginning of the season to the end, and the progression of how you played the game, how you played your characters?
feel like every season you learn a lot about what your character can do. Maybe that's just because I don't know enough, but I definitely feel like it improves a lot. And then once you have that bit of baseline gear, you have some trinkets that do good work for you. Things start smoothing out a lot more. You learn the intricacies of the dungeons. Some of these dungeons, I feel like my route has changed pretty much entirely. So yeah, hitting the late season here is always a good time when you're just running dungeons, especially with your friends. I will also notice, actually, something that's pretty fun this late in the season. I see these guys are using the Raider.io replay. Really good if you like competing for times rather than just going, oh, this was a +3 or this was a +2. If you want to like compete with actual times, this is a great tool for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree. Really use that tool, guys. Break the meta, and the replay tool is really, really fantastic. Now, I know we've got some other runs about to start soon. We'll head over to those. But for now, we're going to have a look at what's going on in this dungeon. They seem to be dealing pretty well with it, as I suspected. The Holy Priest coming in pretty strong, as always, and be able to deal with anything, really, that they're thrown. We also have the... Is that an augmentation evoker?
They
Yes,
would
it-
not be...
Is it all?
Augmentation is very meta.
Yeah, that's
It's
super
really-
meta. Yeah.
It must be a
of course. It is a
devastation.
devastation. Yeah, of course, that augmentation is in almost every key. The devastation here is really good to see as well, because we know before augmentation came out, devastation was pretty good, right? Dealing those big numbers and be able to bring a lot as well. Have you played a devastation, Co? I know you're a ranged player.
No, I don't even have an evoker at all. Not one level. Just do not have one. Although I saw like some of the hero talents they have is like you're able to steer deep breath and you get like triple what's it called? Is it called devastation? They have like the really hard hitting ability. So you get some pretty cool hero talents that made me think about the possibility of using a boost. On
He's
one
only not
from
made
raw
one
level.
because he can't think of a filthy name for it.
Oh come on! I mean, it's kind of true, but like, really, I would shock you with some of my character names. So yeah,
Yep. You would shock us all. Well, hey, hit up Co if you want to know some of his creative names that he's come out with. So Control, we've come on this boss again, and we know that you really don't like it, right? This is not a melee fight for you. How do you deal with it, though? Is it sort of anxiety comes over you, or is it like, hey, I've got to deal with it, I've got to stand up and face it, I'll make the best I can out of it?
Just save your cooldowns for when you basically you don't get to choose your burst window. You just got to follow the pattern and make sure you're in the right place when you pop in your right cooldowns. Don't waste them when that's about to happen, for example. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's not super hard hitting or anything like that. Maybe it is on a 28 or something, but like, yeah, leg sweep them, DPS that, done.
Yeah, and as we see here, it is a +18, which of course sticks within the requirements needed for the special Dreaming Banner of Aspects, which any participating team can be a part of. You've just got to do 2 times 17s timed with a full group that's eligible for the BTM. Of course, this reward will be gone, completely out of it. You just won't be able to get it on the trading post. You won't be able to purchase it in the store. It's going to be completely gone. So make sure you become a part of this Break the Meta by Raider.io. And of course, we are Starship, and we're very, very happy to be able to cast this for you today, along with some friends. There's some friends hanging out, casting some games. I know we've got some drinks flowing in. Yeah, exactly. We've got some drinks flowing in chat as well. All really great stuff as we head through here to the next part. Of course, that cinematic gets instantly...
friend! Oh, you friend!
What the... Thanks for that.
the?
What the hell was that?
So I
That
didn't
was
expect
crazy.
that to happen so loud. My
Yeah,
bad.
that was yeah, you've just killed everyone in chat. It's fine though. Yep, so of course it is great to play with friends and be part of communities like this as we go forward into this next room on the boss. And it looks like they're heading straight into this corner here, and they're going to slowly bring the boss around the room. And I know Zippy's touched on this earlier. Now, Zippy, Holy Priest, have you played with many of them? Is this sort of a new thing for you to see?
They're mostly playing Disc this season, and who can blame them, frankly, but I mean, every time I play with a Holy Priest, I feel pretty comfortable. I know that if my health is going to drop, they're going to fix that pretty comfortably. They got good burst healing, they got pretty good sustained healing as well, a little bit of regen, not a ton, but it's a very comfortable class to play with. If you need a healing profile, they probably have some way to do it, or at least get close.
Yeah. And I think that's one really cool thing about World of Warcraft in general, is that when you play these certain classes, well, many of the classes, there's so many tools available, so many abilities to deal with different situations. And we've got a death here. One of the DPS has gone down. It looks like the Holy Priest is trying to triage as fast as possible, but the Spirit has come out as they're quickly trying to get everyone up as fast as possible and try and deal as much healing as they can before that wears off and they just fall flat on their face. But it looks like another DPS is going down, and this looks very, very tricky. They're going to reset quickly, and they're going to get back at it as fast as possible. It looks like they pulled the mobs on the other side of the room, which is not something they wanted to do, which is why they pulled the boss all the way over into the corner. Now, when we're looking at sort of bosses like this, Ko, and you're doing a specific strat where you need to put the boss in a specific place, do you think it's worth the risk doing something like this, or should they just kill those mobs?
I mean, it depends on how frisky you're feeling that day, doesn't it, really? You can give things a go every now and again, try a few new things out. Who knows where it might take you in life. But I also do like that every single time you're trying to bait Zippy into saying Priest is the best healer, the whole group dies. Every single time.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah. Yes, that definitely does happen. But okay. Anyway, so they are electing to kill those mobs on that side. I think it's really necessary, but they almost pulled the boss when it respawned. Luckily, they missed it, and they're going to just do the boss normally now, which I think is going to be absolutely fine for them. So we've seen this boss before, we've seen this dungeon before. However, it has been a bit of an issue for many of the teams that have come through here, and I think it jumps on top of the fact that it's not a very liked dungeon, maybe not necessarily because of the aesthetic and things like this. It's just simply the mobs in there, and as Zippy said earlier, there's not many of them, but they hit real hard and you know exactly what they do. Why do you think, Control, by this time of the season, after doing this so many times, we know what it does? Why are people still dying, do you think?
I think in the case of what we just saw there, I think that was an underestimation of the power of those Snapdragons. They are an absolute nightmare. I would rather play it safe personally and kill them, just so that doesn't happen, pretty much. Yeah, it's a rough dungeon. This is like, especially on a higher key, when you start to get to like sort of 20s, 21s, really, really rough, because everything hits really hard. And like, considering that people went into this, so the last time they'd played it was actually in Cataclysm, and the amount of times that pack in particular just became an outright blocker for the dungeon early in the season was so much. So yeah, don't take the risk, make sure you clear that pack. I think that's pretty much where I'm at with that. Yeah.
I think it's being comfortable as well. If you are comfortable with your team, your group, and you've done things like that several times, you've practiced it, then maybe it's something you can do. But other than that, yep, just try and play safe. You're going to hit the time. You're going to make the time as long as you play that dungeon out sensibly. I've had a look over in chat real quick. Looks like I'm being replaced, Zippy. So there we are.
You already have been. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, okay. Right, they look like they're going to finish this boss off very, very quickly. And I think Starship needs to pop a little link in chat there for our friend. And then we'll head on through to the next part of the dungeon. We've got the corridors coming up. Of course, the corridors of death. A lot of stuff on the ground that we need to be aware of. And also these things to dodge here coming out of the wall. I've got a question for you guys as we head forward here. Fallout, the new TV show. Have any of you seen it or seen the first episode yet?
Doesn't that come out tonight?
No, it came out yesterday or the day before. I've seen 7 episodes, so yeah.
Okay. No, not yet. Just sorry to completely steamroll your Fallout conversation there, but I am going to switch dungeons here. We've got Dungeon Dojo. I've just gone into a Blackroot Hold. So
yeah, please.
Nice change of tone from Friend of the Tides, which we've seen on repeat pretty much all night. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. And here we have the mage again. It's good to see this mage, as we can see a different POV. I know we've had the healer and also the tank, the brewmaster as well. It's good to see this POV, and it looks like they are putting that around the room sensibly, which is super, super good. They took a little bit of damage, but that's fine. The fear as well came out. They were in that puddle for a bit too long, and we're about to head into this phase with the ads coming into the boss. They need to kill them or CC them as quick as possible, or else the damage is going to be insane afterward. It looks like they're going to be fine.
Well,
Zippy.
notably, this was the mage player from before, but they are playing a resto shaman now, which
I'm
has
blind.
been their
Yes.
healer choice here, together with prot warrior. So, haven't seen the prot warrior too much, and count them, two windwalkers.
How do you feel?
Represented.
Oh my goodness me.
Let's go, Windwalker fam.
Well, I'm glad you're happy. That's all we need you to be. Happy.
I also like that you were like hype casting the fact that they might die. But it wasn't a priest, and they were completely stable at max HP. Nothing happened to them. It was perfect.
Yeah, all right, okay.
The
rest though,
it's a Maddie curse.
yeah, I think so. We've got someone in chat saying Manny needs to go to spec savers. Yeah, thanks for that. Right, we're going to head through here. This is a bit of the what do you call it? The stuff as you go. What do you call it? The stuff you do in between
Dungeon
mobs.
fluff.
The fluff. Yeah, the fluff. We're doing the fluff at the minute. And we're going to head down to the big balls. Of course, we've got to dodge those as much as we can. We don't want to get hit by the balls. They'll flatten you. And of course, they'll take your HP. They'll take your life. They'll take a lot from you.
Spider time first before the balls.
Spiders before the balls. And of course, we know these spiders can be pretty dangerous if you don't correctly deal with them. But this team looks like they are good to go. And I like the Resto Shaman, their UI is sort of saying where that danger is coming from. And they can easily sort that out. We've got the Healing Surge and many, many other wonderful utilities. Looking over in chat here, we've got Balls of Death. That's a good way to put it. Pico,
again, this UI, it's the same person as that was playing the mage, but the UI is so clean. It's so easy to follow. Look, I mean,
and Adam.
I mean, even a classic player could follow this, right?
You want to make enemies? Okay. One thing, real fast, Control. After talking about UI, of course, everyone would love to see your UI in Discord later tonight. I'm sure, and we can also critique it.
Well, the thing is, his UI is clean. It just works in the opposite direction.
The only problem with my UI that people don't understand is that I've got my raid frames color inverted so that they're dark if you're alive, and if they're colored, you're dead.
Yeah, so basically everyone in this group now would be dead, according to his UI.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wild
Which
stuff.
is like, have you ever seen anyone else do this? I don't even know where you got the idea from.
I have seen other UIs that do that, and every time I think, it must be an alt of Adam.
Absolutely. And of course, we are heading into this very, very dangerous corridor. Looks like the damage is coming out thick and fast. But of course, that Resto Shaman with the Spirit Link being able to control the situation. But that is a big cooldown lost as we enter into the next room. Of course, we've got those archers coming out and dealing a lot of damage. Let's see how they deal with it. But they've got some decent CC on the team. Of course, those double Windwalkers bringing in that pushback, as Adam loves to let us know. Adam, Control, sorry, Adam 2. We're heading into this room. We're heading into this room with double. What's your circle called?
Double Ring of Peace.
Ring of Peace.
Yeah.
Are you looking to sort of hit those archers as soon as they jump? Like now? Is this your time to shine?
I'd be syncing with the other Windwalker on our leg sweeps, to be honest. Because if you leg sweep, the duration on leg sweep, you can nuke them down before the second one. That's straightforward.
Okay.
You asked me about this pack last time we were in here. Is this a Windwalker pack, maybe?
I mean, as I saw the double Windwalker, I just thought of you.
Oh, that's good.
Here. Now they're going to line of sight. Control mentioned this last time, this line of sight to bring the mobs over to you to make sure it's nice and clean. You've got to make sure you're not going to take aggro from the tank. I know, Zippy, potentially you've had this before where DPS or healers Oh, sorry, we've got some deaths coming through. Unfortunately, they didn't see the mob fast enough. Sorry, Zippy. So, when you're hiding and then the mobs come out, have you had DPS before just, strip aggro away from you?
Oh, absolutely. The first thing a DPS player does when they see a mob is hit it, which is not great when you're trying to line of sight these mobs. And if you're not stood very carefully behind this pillar, the line of sight just doesn't really work. So if you're looking to get your DPS uptime, you have to move out from the pillar because you need line of sight as well, and then it's just not going to happen. You need to exercise patience on that pull, and it's pretty hard to pull off, especially with the archers. They will still jump around, even if you do grab them really, really well.
Yeah, and I think that's something really interesting you've pointed out, and I'll go to Ko for this in a moment. Patience. The word patience with DPS is not normally a thing that you put in the same sentence. So, Ko, talk to me about patience. Talk to me about how you approach things like this, and if you have any patience.
Well, not really, as we found out earlier. Unfortunately, I kind of do want to do DPS as quickly as possible, but you do have to calm it down and try and find your flow, shall we say? God, I'm looking at chat and they've got on my mind now. Honestly, like everything I'm saying, I'm thinking of: is this an innuendo in some way possible? No, I think. What's the phrase you say? Like I can't even think of it now. Smooth is slow as smooth.
Smooth as butter.
Fast.
That's
Something
what
something like
Zippy
this.
says a lot, yeah.
Yeah, one of these things that involve smooth, slow, and somehow being fast afterwards. Yeah, keep it smooth, and everything ends up being timed in the end.
Content.
Exactly.
Content.
Yep.
Right there. That's good.
Yeah.
I just want to
Keep
take
it
the opportunity just to give the classic community a shout out. I don't actually mean that I don't think classic players are skilled. We actually have a classic community inside Starship, so feel free to join.
Oh my goodness. We all know we love everyone. We love everyone, and we're happy for anyone to be part of the community. And of course, anyone to be part of Break the Meta with Raider.io. Of course, this is a wonderful competition where you're playing off-meta specs for a chance to win some rewards, which are very much only available for this competition. So make sure you become part of that very, very quickly. And we have all the links available for you, so you can click on that and be a part of this competition. Now we are heading into this boss, and of course, as Ko said, if it's nice and smooth, you'll hit it on time. And yeah, it looks like the beam is coming out, but the Resto Shaman is dealing with it incredibly well. A healer after my own heart, running around the edge of the room. I love it. And we've taken the boss over to the corner here. And it looks like we're getting some damage in as much as we can. The boss is about 40% health. 32, sorry. 31. It's really dropping quickly. It looks like they'll be just fine heading on to the next part of the dungeon. So, Zippy, this dungeon in particular, how many times do you think you've run it? And is it one of your favorites? Is it near the top of your list? Are you a fan?
I'm not sure how many times I've run it. It's actually a lower number than most, I think. I feel like Black Recalled almost never comes up for me, but it's usually a pretty smooth time. There's a few ad packs like the ones we talked about before with all the archers, and also the arcane blasts from the mages in those very same packs. That can really mess you up, and this next pull, once you actually get up these stairs, can also mess you up something severe. But overall, not too tough. The bosses, especially, apart from... not too good, but it's fine. The respawn is right here. The bosses here are not super complicated. The last one can kill you on accident, so to speak, but other than that, the bosses are pretty alright in here. And on Tyrannical, that's going to make this key a lot easier, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And of course, we did see a death there from the balls. And someone in chat said it perfectly. I'm not going to repeat it live in broadcast, but it is what it is. And as we enter this room, this can be a very tricky one. We know that these mobs can deal some, disgusting damage to the group. And let's see if the resto... Unfortunately, the damage came out too quick, too fast. But as Zippy said previously, the respawn is very, very close. Now, they're going to head up the top of the stairs just here again. I believe the balls have ceased. They will not come down anymore. So you can head straight up the stairs without any fuss whatsoever. leading up to this. I quite like that mechanic. I don't know, Ko, if you've played like a rogue or a feral druid, something that has a sprint. You can really be useful, right, for the team. Get up the stairs quickly, so people like, I don't know, our Windwalker friend don't die to the balls.
Absolutely. Like you want to make sure that your party is as safe as possible. But I mean, we saw that the damage there was just too much and just too quickly. And as a healer, Matt, like, how quick and how hard do you like your party to take it?
I mean, an adequate amount. I mean, there's no point messing around, of course. Sometimes you've got to take your time, but in most cases, you really want to go quite quickly, but make sure it's sort of make sure it makes sense, and make sure that everyone in the group feels satisfied when you end the dungeon. So it's really that, to be honest, from a healer's perspective. So we are heading through here. As always, they are doing really well on this corridor, and it looks like potentially we might have another one to look at in just a moment. But of course, we'll finish this dungeon to see how we get on. I'm always a bit wary going into this part of the dungeon as a healer. Sorry, one moment. Behind the scenes, we are figuring something out, but we're good to go now. Yeah, as a healer, this part of the dungeon can be pretty scary. A lot of damage coming out, and also unexpected damage sometimes. Now, we are going to head up to the top of the stairs. The balls are coming down. It looks like someone is going up there to stop the balls, and they're going to just wait.
You have an obsession with balls, you know that, don't you?
I mean,
There's like, you cannot stop yourself. Like, this whole thing, you've been talking about balls to the face. Like, there is something you need to get off your chest.
to be honest with you, it comes from the fact that when I ran this dungeon before, I took a ball. I took one of these really large balls, and to be honest, it made me realize that my movement needed to be better, right? So now when I see them, there's a bit of PTSD there, but it looks like this team is dealing with it pretty well. Now we're going to head up to the last part of the dungeon. My favorite bit, actually. I like this bit. So Zippy, talk to me about especially movement skills on a tank. How important do you think it is? And do you feel like this is why a demon hunter is quite strong because of that sort of thing? Or does it not really matter too much?
Oh, I mean, mobility, while it's not necessary for a tank to have mobility, as you can see on Blood Decays being perfectly fine without it, it helps a lot. I love playing a tank that has really good movement. Whenever I play either my Brewmaster or my Warrior, I feel liberated almost, because I can just go wherever I need to go. And even if there's stuff on the floor, I can move past it pretty quickly. And since most of tanking is positioning, that is pretty important. This pull, you just said you love this pull. I hate this pull as a tank. Mobs are constantly spawning, or you gotta pull too much. You have those two options, basically. And if none of the interrupts come in, then you're likely to just get absolutely destroyed. And it looks like we get a couple of the buffs here. That should be fine for a Prot Warrior. There's only 2 of them. They only have 1 stack each. But it's definitely worth being wary of, especially if you were unfortified here.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of things to think about as we head on through up here. I do want to take this point as we are coming to our last 30 or so minutes of the cast. It's been a wonderful evening. I do want to say thank you to Radar.io, but also to our co-casters across the seas over in NA, who did a wonderful job a couple of days ago, bringing to you Break the Meta from across the seas, really. And I think, Co, this is something we wanted to talk about, is this NA-EU rivalry. And how much of a rivalry do you think it is? Or is it just a bit of fun? Or are people really invested?
I mean, I'm pretty invested, like, for sure. Like, EU all the way. We have to have a look and see.
Sorry, Co. I think you have a little bit of a connection issue. Maybe if you plug out, plug in, you'll be good to go.
Okay.
While we wait for Co, Control, as a guild leader, as a community leader, how important is it for you with this sort of cross-seas banding together? So not so much the rivalry, more of the community.
Well, it's been 20 years, and I think the time for regions is over. I think global release is inevitable, and I despise the fact that I can't play with our NA homies. So yeah, no rivalry here, only love.
Okay. And Zippy, talk to me from the raiding perspective. Are you hoping, like Adam, for this sort of cross region? Or are you sort of EU, NA, we're going to do it better, quicker, faster?
I mean, I would love to see more cross-region stuff, although just physically it's going to be difficult. Latency is always going to be a thing. And in a fast-paced game like WoW, latency matters quite a bit. So I'm not sure it can ever be truly done. But stuff like what they're doing in War Within with making at least cross-server guilds, it might not be cross-region, but cross-server is a pretty big step. And I think it'll lead to more larger communities because people are not as invested into what's on their server. They're going to be more invested in what is out there in general. Who is doing the content that I want to do.
Yeah, what they really, really need to do is make the core of the Earth a global Wi-Fi antenna. Then we wouldn't have any lag problems whatsoever.
The moon.
Am I still robotic, or do I have a voice?
No,
Did someone say
you
something? I can't hear.
Oh,
someone say
Don't
something
eat.
in Warlock. I can't translate that. What?
Just by the way, it's dishing it out. You put a poll up saying Windwalker monk, and I was the only person who voted, and I was no. So I mean, like, in terms of listening,
Yeah, thanks, chat. Thanks.
no one's on your side. Like, this hostile takeover is just becoming quite a gentle transition at this point in time, to be honest with you. And I've completely forgot the question that you asked me before.
This is a perfect time just before we hit the next boss. The rivalry between NA, EU. I know the rivalry is strong for you. Tell us why.
I didn't realize it was that strong for me, to be honest with you. But I can give it a go if you want. I can like hype something up. Is that what you're looking for?
That's exactly what I'm
Yeah. Okay. For me, it's all just the fact that, you know, they stole our language and simplified it. Like, you know, you've seen like Chinese and Chinese simplified. Well, you have like
This is
British
dangerous
English,
territory.
and then you
Oh
and then
my
you
God.
have English simplified with the American flag next to it. That's how it should be, in my honest opinion. There's some things that just are just how they should be, and you're all saying, "Oh my God, you asked for this." I
Yeah.
said there was nothing, and then you literally asked for this. I gave you some content.
You gave me everything I needed.
Who's the
Thank you
Adam,
very
who's the
much.
Adam one? Just saying. There you go. Chat.
Well,
you hear
according to
that?
the poll, me.
Yeah. Right. Moving swiftly on. A lot of bickering has begun, but that's fine as we are heading into the latter parts of the dungeon here. As we can see, the Resto Shaman and I need to. Every time we focus in, but it looks like they're just going to do a quick res and they'll head through to the last boss. They've got plenty of time to be able to do this. I think they'll be just Gucci. Now, Resto Shaman. I've not played it too much. I used to play it back in the day. I don't know if any of you know the PvPer Sea-Doo, but I was a big fan. And this was his main. So, of course, as a budding young man, I copied everything I saw my hero do. I don't know about you guys. How did you get into playing the class of the spec you do? Was it a streamer you watched? Was it a YouTube video? You thought, oh, that's really cool? Or was it simply in-game, you saw the class you wanted and you were like, huh, do you know what? Holy Priest, that's the one for me.
Who's...
I'll open it to the floor. Who feels strongest?
Okay. I started out as a rogue. Started out as back in there. I started as a combat rogue. A lot of people that have started playing recently won't know what that is, but that's pretty much. It was an attack power rogue, pretty much, if I remember right. But it was using swords, not daggers, using axes, that kind of thing. And I would jump around following people in Westfall, half dressed, and then I accidentally got to level 80, and then discovered that there's a whole new world of Warcraft, excuse the pun, in Endgame, which is like the raiding, the dungeons, all of that kind of thing. When I quit in Kata and then came back in BFA, Monk was a thing. Started healing for a little bit because I wanted to try something new, but I really missed doing damage. And Windwalker was a nice evolution of what Assassination Rogue used to be for me. It was the same sort of playstyle, but without spamming buttons. You had to think really carefully about which buttons you were pressing. Slow everything down, make sure you don't hit the same button twice, all of that kind of thing. And it makes you play as if you're meditating. It's good. It's a good class. I like it. It's like a meditation rogue.
I mean, it's cool to hear the story of people's journey, and I'm going to come to Zippy and Co in just a minute, but we are on the last boss here in our dungeon run, and we're down to about, I believe, 50% on the boss. We're going to go through here into the next phase, and then we're going to see what they can do. Of course, we're going to have some AoE damage coming out very, very soon. They have popped Hero. They can do as much damage as possible, and it looks like the resto is preparing for the damage that's about to come. The dot's going to come out in 5 seconds. This is something that you have to look out for. You have to be wary of, even on a lower key. And here we go. The entangling has come through, and it looks like they've got out as fast as possible. The dot's not too bad. The dot's not too bad. They have wearied the storm, and they're going to head through here. They're down to about 10% HP, 5%. It looks like it's going to be an easy clear for this team. I know, and congratulations to the plus 18. I know we've got another dungeon to look at as we are talking, but Co, I'm going to come to you next. And also chat as well, if you want to throw in what classes you started with and how you started it. But Co, let us know about you.
Yeah, so I basically saw some very old PvP videos with some very hardcore music, but you actually look at the gameplay now, and it was literally just a warlock dotting stuff and running away, just with like really hard rock over it, and I was like, yeah, that's so cool. But you look at all the other players in these old PvP videos, who they're killing. It's just like one guy who's playing it vaguely like modern WoW, and everyone else does backpedaling and not pressing anything, and that's but with like Disturbed over it. Every PvP video had some version of Disturbed music on it. The band, not as a general adjective for what they were playing. And, you know, that's how I chose Warlock for a very long time. And
Undead, yeah?
I still am. I wanted to be, but my friends all rolled Alliance, and then I played a gnome.
That's quite a contrast.
Quite a contrast. And, well, back in the day, right, and this is going to sound hilarious, when people were still clickers, right, it was actually quite difficult to click a gnome. If you're running around in a circle and people were trying to click the gnome, right, then it was a tiny advantage, shall we say. Tiny advantage.
Okay. And Zippy, talk to me. What was your first class spec and why?
It was Protection Warrior. I originally played primarily with my family, my parents especially, and my brother. We did 4-man dungeons because we didn't have a 5th, so we just did it as 4. As we leveled up pretty much as soon as we hit Ragefire Chasm level until we hit max level. And I was a very, very bad Protection Warrior, but I was also 9 in my defense.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Zippy, but we've had something really cool in chat. Thank you very much to Mistrias for donating £35 for Safe in Our World. We really, really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. That is really, really cool of you. Thank you. Just, yeah, very, very kind. What a community. And this is what we do it for. That's cool. Thanks, guys. Sorry, Zippy. Carry on.
Yeah, no, shout out Misty. Lovely person. But yeah, that pretty much carried into, then I played trash MMOs forever. And then I played Final Fantasy XIV and became good at every tank there, and then I decided why not also become good at every tank in WoW, because tanking is fun.
Hey, someone's got to do it. And we're glad that you enjoy it. Of course we are. No, really, really cool. Well, it's good to hear everyone's stories of how they started and where they've come from, and if there has been, drastic changes in what they've liked to play. I'm going to head through chat here and have a quick look at what other people are saying. We've got people who have Feral Druid, Disc Priests right from the beginning. We've got here Paladins all the way back in Vanilla. They survived Vanilla, continuing playing Paladins. It's crazy.
What did you start as?
Me, I was a warrior. And,
Really?
Yeah, warrior
no way.
gang.
Yeah,
No
I
way
played
you
warrior.
were a warrior.
I
What
did, I-
happened? What went so wrong?
Well, I was playing a warrior, and my team was always dying, and then I realized I need to take control. So I then became a healer because I didn't want to keep dying all the time. But no, as I said, I played warrior, and then I saw Sidu back in the day years ago playing shaman PvP, and then I sort of played shaman for a long time, and then picked up Disc Priest, and then played like Mistweaver, Disc, Preservation, all combined, and then sort of bits of Druid. So always really been a healer. Yeah.
One more question, and there's something in chat you should probably have a look at as well. Shaman or shaman?
Shaman if you're American, shaman if you're British.
Shaman.
Yeah.
For me.
But yes, thank you for pointing that out, Co. Thank you, Scorp, for the £50 donation to Safe in Our World. Thank you, Scorp. Our community showing up tonight. That's very, very generous of you. We really, really do appreciate it. Thank you. So thank you again to Misty. Thank you to Scorp. Real core members of the Starship community, and this is sort of what we're about as well. Very giving, very generous, but also great people to be around. Wonderful things. So yeah,
On
cool.
another note, things have gone not so great on the first
Yes.
spots here.
Hang on a
Oh,
second. We're watching a group with the Demon Hunter in here. This isn't even BTM. Sorry, my bad. Bad producer.
Oh, that
That's
is
okay.
true.
Yeah.
We can find
I'll-
another one in a minute, but hey, let's just talk about wiping in general. I know Co, you touched on it earlier, and Zippy too. Is it better to stick with the group to finish the boss, or is it best to wipe and reset the boss? In most cases, what do you think is best?
I don't think there is going to be such a thing as a most cases situation, right? Even from our small events that we're doing.
Sorry, I just read.
Yeah, I've seen this part as well. Yeah, you just walk out and leave it. So you don't need to really. Let's be honest.
Can't stay around, right?
Yeah, exactly. As nature intended. No, but you just play it by ear, and sometimes it is just genuinely quicker just to make sure everyone gets out. And like we saw that pull earlier when you just had the tank and the healer remaining, and how long it took for them to finally finish off the boss. So then it's a case of, well, what are you doing it for, and how long do you really want to spend on it? So I think it's a play-by-play thing.
Okay. Okay, so it's just situational, right? It's just situational.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know this group isn't full BTM, but hey, we may as well have a quick look at what's going on here. We're looking at this boss, which for a lot of teams can be a bit of a killer, right? Because there's a lot of stuff happening that you need to be aware of, especially for the healer. I know if you're very inexperienced, maybe you're new to this sort of thing, this can be quite tricky if you're not really looking at your cooldowns, timing them correctly. Last time there was a bit of an issue. Let's see if they can pull it out this time. Control. How are we looking?
I am right now trying. I'm really apologise for showing a non-BTM stream there. I saw Waycraft Manor and got very excited. Not gonna lie.
It happens.
I think I've found a 3. Oh no, this is another non-break the meta run. Okay. Yes. Come back to me in a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no problem at all. So, of course, we are Break the Meta with Raider.io, and the casters today are from the Starship EU community. And of course, we are EU, and our friends over in NA did a cast, a few days ago, and they did an absolutely brilliant job. A wonderful group of people and players. And yeah, they brought to you some incredible runs as we're trying to tonight. And we've seen a lot of things. We've seen things to make our good friend Co happy. We've seen that warlock, etc. And on the other
Your
token,
hair.
my hair, yeah. And on the other token, as we look here, we've seen some tanks. We've seen one of each tank, I believe, has come out. And on the healer side, we've seen every single one of those healers as well. So people are really looking at all these classes and thinking, hey, what can we make with this? And how can we form a team? And if we have a look over here on the DPS, as we're going to see in just a second, we've got all those different DPS, and we've seen a great deal of them. Now, I'm just looking at that list. Is there anything we haven't seen? We'll go to Zippy here.
That's a great question. We haven't seen any Death Knights all night, not one. And I'm surprised with that. The grips are really, really good utility. The blinding sleep, pretty good stun. I realize they don't necessarily bring the most damage, but they have some really unique utility that nobody else can pull off. And so, personally, I would love to see some more Death Knights here. Other than that, I'm not sure we've seen an Assassination Rogue.
We've
We
seen
saw
Assassin, we
one.
haven't seen Sub.
We
Oh,
did
it was the
also
other way
see
around then. Okay.
We
I
saw
thought it
sub
would
for
be.
like literally 5 minutes of one as we were bouncing around at the beginning. Affliction would be the other one I don't think we've seen.
Or
That's right.
enhancement.
Or
as well.
enhancement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as we're bouncing around, we have some questions for Matt in the chat.
God.
Some
Alright.
serious, some not so much. So we'll do our best to work our way through those, as this is what the people are paying us money for. So number one, Matt, do you want to go out for pizza sometime? No pressure.
Of course. I love pizza. Yeah, let's do it.
On the subject of pizza, if you had to describe yourself using only pizza toppings, how would you describe yourself?
Okay, let's go for something tasty. I'd give you a wild barbecue base. I'm a bit
Ew.
Western and spicy. Excuse me. I'm a bit Western and spicy, giving a bit of tang. I'd throw on potentially some mushrooms because hey, I'm all natural from the forest. And then we're gonna throw on probably a bit of meat, maybe something a bit crunchy as well. And then I'm gonna top it off with some garlic oil because hey, you've got to keep it all packed in and keep it smooth. So that's about it.
Well,
I
I mean,
don't-
having mushrooms is your kind of problem, right? So, I mean,
I'm absolutely flabbergasted that you actually even mentioned meat, considering you veggie.
I'm on and off. Things happen.
Wow.
so
Yeah.
you're like the Switch of the meat eating world.
The what?
You're a Switch.
He's trying
what
to
that
bait
means.
you, dude. He's trying to bait you into a smutty conversation. Just say no and move on. It's fine.
If control, you want to bring up our.
I'm trying.
our
I'm trying.
place. Oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
So yes, that's to answer that question. Is there anything else?
Yeah, there are a few, but I think they're probably not askable.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. So we are looking at right now at the different specs that are available DPS wise, and of course we have seen most of them, which is really really fantastic. I think we are just going to bring up us in a moment, so you can see our wonderful faces. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we are having a look around just at the moment for another BTM stream to bring you. Of course, this has been. Oh, are we gone?
What happened there?
Oh, we've disappeared.
There we are. We're back in action. All good fun. So, of course, this is BTM with Raider.io, and you can head over to Raider.io right now and have a look at the leaderboard. The leaderboard's really cool. You get to see who's playing what. Maybe you get some tips of different specs and different things you can play. It's it's a really great place to see. Also, if you want to play with different people, it's a wonderful place to maybe see someone you want to play with. Maybe send them a quick message. Hey, how you doing? DM's open. Let's play together. And
Is Matt the only one moving for anyone else?
Oh, maybe. Holy moly.
It's just we're all frozen. It's just Matt
We're-
live.
We're
It's like we're your fake friends.
Oh no. We're going to bring up the leaderboard right now. We can have a quick look at the top 17, which makes sense, right? Because you have to do a key up to 17. So we've got some plus 30s. There's a couple of people I recognize in there. A couple of streams I've seen before, Eyelash being one. Looking at that leaderboard, Zippy, are you surprised by that druid really sitting on top?
A little bit, yeah. Personally, I can't make druid work in these dungeons. Usually, I personally think I play a decent bear, but yeah, it's just not worked out for me this season. Whereas Squish here is doing clearly a phenomenal job, and presumably relying on a lot of the Holy Paladin as well, but doing an excellent job. And we also see warriors here as the only other in the top 20, as far as I can tell. I'm really surprised to not see Brewmasters up higher, but I guess once you get to higher keys, they just lack the survivability necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. But well, you've got to love a bit of a warrior. Although
Sorry,
it's the
I was
same comp.
muted.
It's pretty much the same comp the whole time, isn't it, for those guys? At least it's the healer and the tank comp the whole way.
Yeah.
And is it the same for the warrior? I didn't quite catch the warrior. Are they all playing with the
same
same
warrior.
person?
Yep,
No,
same
they're
warrior,
they're
same.
They're playing with a shaman or a priest sometimes. So it's
Those are
interesting
different
to see.
warriors.
Yeah, maybe they're just a bit too good for everyone else, but who knows? We'll
Yeah.
find out
But
at the
it's
end in a couple of days' time.
Exactly, and I think it's something, Co, that we talked about earlier, is this when you've played with different people a lot, and I know we're going to transition over here to see an Everbloom, but when you've played with a team a lot, there is something about you can push higher, and especially that tank healer combo. The tank healer combo, right, Zippy? It's really important to get that synergy with someone, and I know we've seen this in raiding. It's really vital to have that synergy between the healers and the tanks, just to be able to make sure the DPS, to make sure those DPS feel nice and safe, nice and cozy, so they can do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. If the healers have to worry about the tanks too much, then the DPS end up dying, because no healer is going to let a tank drop before DPS. But that's not an ideal situation, which is also why, me personally, I prefer playing tanks where if I am low, I can fix it myself. I know that's not everyone's style, but those heal tanks are really, really nice, especially if you want to give your healer a bit of a break so that they can focus on other people.
Yeah, it's interesting to talk about that and the fact that this expansion, it seemed, you sort of ignore the tanks. I know from raid healing with our team, you do ignore the tanks, a lot of the time. There are, of course, instances where you sort of need to watch out for them, but generally they can take care of themselves, which I think is a good and a bad thing. It's a good thing because, as you said, you feel like you've got that control to be able to deal with things, but also a bad thing because, hey, maybe that's part of the game that is something that used to be there, right? That was there a lot. You had to deal with everything, and maybe you had to bring a paladin, let's say, who would just look after the tanks. So there's a give and take, I think, between the two. Co and also Control as melee and ranged. Do you sort of feel this at all? Do you see this this sort of tanks not having to get us healed as much and healers having to heal you guys more?
It's probably more something that you feel rather than unless you really understand the game. You know that something's not right when you have the healer tank synergy. Like that kind of shows as DPS by you can just concentrate on your one thing, right? Which is hitting those keys as hard as possible, as we already established for the last 4 hours, right? But as soon as that becomes a bit off, and you're starting to look at the health of the healers or the health of the tanks, and you're being worried about that, and you're maybe throwing some off heals, and then you screw up a mechanic because of it, then those things kind of start spiraling out of control. Maybe you're trying to help too much when you should probably just get on with your job and let the tanks and the healers sort it out themselves rather than trying to rely on something else. So yeah, it's noticeable for everyone, but it's just the level of which it plays on your mind and how it affects you is different for all of them. But anyway, Adam too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm maybe a little bit different to that. I'm a huge fan of the idea of a class not necessarily being dedicated to its role. So healers doing damage, as we spoke about earlier, is a really cool thing. Tanks doing damage is a really cool thing. And tanks doing as much healing as the healers sometimes. That's great for me. As a Windwalker monk, as we all know I am, I love being able to throw heals and help out the healers from time to time instead of just focusing on trying to do as much damage as possible. I think the more that Blizzard introduces more of this variability, and I think you're going to get that a lot with these new hero talents that are coming in the War Within, the better. I would love to basically be a DPS assist as a Windwalker monk. That would be my dream. Like, right now, I can throw a Soothing Mist on someone as a as a DPS, and it does hardly anything. But I feel good doing it because I know that I've got my rotation down. I'm doing the DPS bit that I need to do, and in my spare time, I'm helping out, right? So they need to introduce more of this, and I think it's going to come in with this this hero talent stuff for sure.
Yeah. Now, friends, we are in our last dungeon of the evening of BTM. So let's really have a look at what's going on here as we move forward to the end. It has been a wonderful evening with everyone, but as we close out here, of course, they've got to get through the dungeon in time, and it's a plus 27 Everbloom. We've seen it before be bricked. If there's issues on the second last boss, it's a big one to look out for. So as we move forward here, they are taking down the mobs systematically, which of course is a good thing. And we've got that Holy Priest in the group, which is always a fantastic thing to have, let me tell you. Now they're pulling a little slower. Now, Zippy, when you're looking at higher keys and you're thinking about different routes and different things you can do, is pulling slower probably the better way to go, knowing that you're probably going to time it, but there's no need to take those insane risks with massive pulls?
Yeah, I would certainly say so. And especially in a dungeon like Everbloom on a bursting week, you have to take it slow and steady. Otherwise, you're likely to just get burst by the plants. As soon as they die, everybody gets, 7 stacks of bursting, and the healer will not be able to keep everyone alive if you're not careful. So, especially in Everbloom, I would take these pulls pretty slow and steady. They have a Warlock here, and it does kind of look like they're flirting with the idea of doing the skip here, which would make a lot of sense, especially on these higher keys, whereas we established last time we ran Everbloom, some of the mobs that come up later here are quite the nightmare. So, hopefully they can do the skip. Actually, we're in the other side of the dungeon from what I thought, because I can see Gnarlroot walking past there. But we'll see if they don't do the skip later. I think they might. The Brewmaster is down.
Crazy.
That could be an issue.
Yep, and there we have the DPS falling one after the other straight as we go here. We've had a death already. Let's see if they just mount up, regroup, head on through. I think they'll be fine as long as they can close things out. Of course, we do spawn quite close to the entrance here. Now, they are going to try and dodge the Gnarlroot walking through the middle of the dungeon. As we all know, he can be very, very annoying, so we don't want to pull that. But it looks like they're doing an extra bit of trash here that I've not really seen before, to be honest. Control. Have you ever pulled this group before?
Yeah, I have, and this is a good group for me because leg sweep, spin, lots of damage. Let's go.
Go on, Co.
And we can see the Warlock now. We're at slightly higher keys, doing a bit, as Destruction's really getting up there with the numbers, and as the packs thin out, then obviously the numbers come down. But maybe they're seeing us watching them. I know that we've done that before, and when we've been doing mythics and people have started watching. But there was another question in chat, which is, why has Matty stopped raiding with us? Does he love us anymore?
Oh no.
The last bit was the end. The last bit was my bit I added, by the way. Just.
Oh, okay. I am going to be coming back full force very, very soon. That's all I can say. But hey, I can make so many spreadsheets. That's all I'm saying. A new spreadsheet will be coming soon. But yeah, I'll be back soon. No worries.
I love a new Matt spreadsheet for sure.
Yeah.
Also, the reason you probably haven't pulled that pack is probably because you haven't played that much later in the season. Usually you pull these extra packs if you're trying to do the Warlock skip that I was talking about that they might do later, because they need those extra percentages so that they can skip the awful mobs later on.
Yeah, that makes sense. Complete sense. Okay, cool. Yeah, I have. I did play these keys a lot, like a lot. But then a small break. Always keeping up with everything, of course, as WoW is love, WoW is life. But
Impossible.
Yeah, but it's good to see the different the changes that come through as the season goes on. Now we are heading through to the first boss of this dungeon, as we are going to take on the mobs all around the boss and kill them as quickly as possible so that they can get that time down, because of course it's plus 27 and they've had quite a few deaths, quite a few full wipes actually, the two of them, and they want to make sure that they can really push this as much as they can. Oh, we're just sorting something out in the background. We've got something very special to show you after this dungeon, actually. So do hold on tight for that. It's very, very cool. As this evening's been cool. How have you enjoyed it, fellas, so far? We've had 4 hours of fun. I hope you've enjoyed our company.
Yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying reading chat quite often. Actually, it's been quite interesting finding out some things about people in our community I had no idea about. They're even more close to the line than I thought they were, shall we say. One of them is currently also has her own stream up, I think, with ours in the background, and already has been clipped doing some very spicy things, shall we say. So, I mean, I'll send that to you later, guys. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we like spicy here. We're a spicy bunch. What about you, Zippy? Have you been enjoying the BTM so far?
Oh, I've had a great time. It's been fun to see all these different classes and see how everyone solves the problem of not having a Vengeance Demon Hunter solve every single problem for you. When we've been browsing through trying to find people who are running BTM, every time they're not running a BTM key, I can tell because it's a Vengeance Demon Hunter. They have so much CC that you basically are trolling if you're not bringing it feels like. So I love seeing BTM where we get to see all the other cool specs and especially all the other cool tanks.
Yeah. No, that's really amazing. And I'm going to go over to Control here, who has, and let everyone know, has been the producer in the background, which is an awesome job to be able to do whilst casting today. So, Control, how have you enjoyed this evening? I know you've been a busy bee.
Yeah, really good. It's really good to, and an absolute honor to be able to cast these events for Race to the World, for Raider IO. Yeah, huge shout out to them, Pico and the crew. And yeah, I hope that we can do more content like this because it's a lot of fun. Also, really, the core of a lot of people don't realize this, but Raider IO is such a huge part of WoW outside the game and inside the game. It's just great, and we're absolutely honored to be part of what they do. So, brilliant.
Awesome. So, of course, everyone, we are going to head on through to the end of this dungeon. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere, not just yet. We are going to see this through to the end because, hey, it's important that they get this done, the plus 27. It's going to be really great for them in this competition, the BTM. And of course, if you want to be part of BTM, you can absolutely do so. You've got to get that replay function going and head over to Raider.io for more information. But get 2 17s done with the off-meta specs. The whole list is on the website. Make sure you do that, and you'll be able to get a limited edition goodie. Let me go over here. The goodie is the Dreaming Banner of the Aspects. Now, this is only available whilst this competition's going, so make sure that you get it because, hey, it's gone. You're not going to be able to get it on the Traders Tender place, although I have about 10k Traders Tenders. I don't know how. And you're not going to be able to get it from the Blizzard store or anything like that. So make sure you come a part of this because it is a fun time. So we are on the first boss here, and there's a little bit more to do for ranged and healers. But as the tanks and melee mentioned, you're just sort of sitting underneath the boss near the tank, just slamming away. And of course, the tank as well, with their camera just tilted straight up in the air, looking down. Of course, we know there is a tank called POV, right? POV Floor, something like that, as he called himself, probably for this reason. As you're sort of going through bosses like this, and I'm curious to know from you guys, are you talking strats for the rest of the dungeon because this boss is such a tank and spank? Do you have time to be like, okay, after this, we're going to do X, Y, and Z to get faster, maybe make up the time that we need to? Maybe Co. Oh,
I think Ko is muted. I'll answer in his stead.
Yeah, sure.
But usually when running a high key like this, you can be talking strats, but realistically you probably did it beforehand and you've probably run these keys with this crew before. I mean, this is a group we've seen a couple of times tonight, so I would imagine, have a standardized strat, so to speak, to get through this dungeon. I would be surprised at anything else, to be honest. So hopefully they're just having a good time talking trash until something goes wrong.
Exactly. Talking trash till something goes wrong. What about you, Control? I know you said before you were really, really focused in these dungeons. You try not to meme too much, or maybe you want to be focused on directly what's in front of you. But would you be talking a bit of strat?
I pretty much, with regards to key difficulty, I just want to point out that I am super content sort of like doing the 18 to 20 sort of range. So I never take any of this really that seriously. However, I don't like meme too hard either because I want to get through the content. I'll meme afterwards. It's all good. But I'm more of a raider as well, so most of my focus is there. But I mean, yeah, I do have fun. If that's what you're asking me.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you have fun, but your eye is on the prize. Your eye is on the prize. And we're going to come to the end of this boss here in just a moment. Of course, it has a lot of health. They are sort of breaking through it as much as they can. I did see that the Brewmaster came very, very close to dying a few times. But of course, as we mentioned before, there's that yo-yo. There's the up and down of the health, as we've seen previously. But I think it's something to note. But that Holy Priest does have PI, does have the Guardian Spirit, just in case anything happens, or if they want to kick out a little bit more DPS. As we come to the end of this this first boss here with a bark, it'd be curious to follow Zippy and what he sort of said if they're going to do the skip. How do we know if they're going to do the skip, Zippy? Is it something that they'll posture towards a specific side, or what's the tell?
Kind of, yeah. After they pull the 2 packs of plants that are going to be up here and hopefully not do 12 stacks of bursting all at the same time, if they're going to do this... Oh, they already did the plants. I didn't even notice they pulled them into the boss. They should be steering left here and most likely going into that little hut that you normally don't go into in order to get a couple of extra adds, and then they want to go behind it so that they can set up a Warlock gate that goes straight into the next boss.
Right, okay. So
can you guys... Am I back?
Yep.
Am I back properly?
Oh, you're back. You are back,
I'm back.
in action.
I'm beautiful. Yes. Well, he just used the Warlock gate, so it's on cooldown, so I guess it depends how quickly they're going to get through. Do you reckon there's enough time, Zippy?
Absolutely. I mean, how long is Warlock gate cooldown? It's less than 2 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, on the right-hand side, the green ticking down next to the minimap is the one that's
yeah. I mean, yeah, that should be fine, although they might not have it. We'll see whether they'll have it up immediately and whether they'll choose to just chill and wait, which it does look like they're trying to go behind this hut.
Just a moment, all is well. There we are. We just wanted to make sure everyone was awake and flowing, you know, in flow state. So it's all good. But there, quick flashbang for you. So we are.
Big pull.
Yeah, we're going to head through here into the hut, as was previously mentioned. But we have a death coming through, which is fine.
Things are going all over the place for us at the minute. Like I've had like at least 4 technical problems. We've got a couple on stream, but yeah, oh my god. Behind the scenes, all sorts going off. Yeah,
big pull into the hut, like I mentioned, and it looks like the Warlock gate is also up again. So presumably they'll finish up this group, and then they'll go behind the hut. They'll put up their gate, and they'll go straight to the next boss. And hopefully they will resolve that boss very cleanly. This team so far has done a pretty great job at resolving mechanics well.
It's one of my favorite groups with a warrior and the lock on top, and then the Windwalker just there somewhere doing something, spinning.
Do you know what code?
It's not even a Windwalker here.
It's a Brewmaster.
Oh,
too well, I mean,
so I thought I saw 3rd on the DPS, but I forgot that one of them already died.
Do you know what, Ko, I'm really happy you said that this is your favorite group, because of course we know that Holy Priest is on top for you. But we've had a wipe here, unfortunately. They are going to try and muster up something to get this dungeon done in time. It's going to be incredibly close. But if they can get that gate over the top, kill the boss as fast as possible, I think potentially there could be a little bit of time left to get through. But they can't make no more mistakes. They can't make no more mistakes, and the damage is going to have to be big. They didn't even kill everyone within the hut, so again, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Zippy, do you really think there's time left?
I mean, they have 12 minutes to do the rest of the dungeon. That said, the last 3 bosses are pretty much on top of each other. There's not a lot that you need to do. As long as they can resolve this and they can get on the other side of this wall, I think they'll be okay, but it's going to be a tight pull, or completion, rather.
Yeah, super, super tight. And also, we're looking here at the gate going through. As we've mentioned, this is a really cool strat. We saw this in MDI as well, used very, very effectively. There's the gate, and they're going to go through together without pulling, which is really, really good. And they're going to head straight onto the boss. They need to really initiate very, very quickly, as again, time is ticking, but Zippy did mention the bosses are on top of each other. And here we go. The pull begins, and we know that a big amount of damage is going to come out very early on. I'm going to take a close eye on this Holy Priest and see if they have enough to get through. We've got the PI just coming out now, so everything will be fine whilst that PI is up. The damage will be being pumped out as much as possible. Now, Ko, as a DPS, especially on this boss, are you looking to put those pulls as far away to the edge as possible, or are you don't really care? You're just trying to get that damage out as fast as possible?
No, this guy. I mean, this guy is obviously a really good player and is playing it really well with spreading a havoc with his. As his blasphemy runs over to the other boss, which can happen with pets sometimes. Yeah, so I think that you just do exactly as this guy's doing. He's standing a nice distance away. He's making sure he gets that lovely cleave damage, which is what obviously they're set up to do. And with Havoc and Chaos Bolt, then you're in a fantastic position to accomplish those things. Although this isn't really your forte, is it? Really, as a Destro, even though it can be nice, you can see that on the damage meters that he's not the highest DPS, because you really want as many mobs as possible, and that's what you're brought for as a Destro. And you can see the Ellie hitting big numbers.
Yeah, and do you think that's why it's so off meta? Sorry, Control will come to you in a moment. Do you think that's why it's so off meta? Because it needs all those mobs. Oh, we've got a death coming through here. They are going to try and res as fast as possible. We've got another death coming through, 1 DPS. And it looks like we've got a bit of a team wipe here, as the Holy Priest could not quite keep everyone alive. And let's see what they decide to do after this. Sorry, Control, what were you going to say?
I was just literally going to say those Warlock spells just look really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just
Yeah,
look really cool. It's like, you feel like... I played Boomkin for a very short amount of time. Couldn't get my hand around it. But what I loved about it was the way that projectiles would move towards the boss. And that has got me hyped on playing Warlock, what I just saw there. That was cool.
Yeah, Warlock is one of those classes with amazing class fantasy.
Yeah, and you can tell why it's so popular by lots and lots of people. Well, it looks like, friends, we are probably at the end of our cast today, as it looks like they are going to reset. If we maybe pop on our casters cam, just to say goodbye to everyone before we close out. It has been wonderful being here with everyone, and we've got a little bit of a ad to let you know about. Well, not an ad, a wonderful opportunity for everyone that's coming up very, very soon. The Raider.io are doing the Mythic Plus Charity Pro-Am. It's back 2024 and registration is open. Now, they've got a little bit of a trailer for you, and we're going to cue this up right now. Well, there it is, and you'll be able to sign up right now. Registration's open, and I'm sure we'll get a link in chat for everybody. Now, this has been an incredible 4 hours. We're really, really stoked. We want to thank Raider.io for letting us have this opportunity, and yeah, I want to thank everyone. Now, Ko, talk to me. What do you want to say as we close out here?
What do I want to say? I mean, that's your job to close it out. I'm just here to provide some hilarious comments every now and then.
Well, how do you feel about tonight? How do you feel about tonight?
I think it went really well. It was a really nice night. Thank you to Radio.io. I saw Pico in chat, who's my absolute hero from Radio.io, and she was the one who was threatening to banish me to the Shadow Realm for anything naughty said. But she was there herself, saying things that I never thought possible of someone so pure and innocent and sweet and loving. So it's been a night of revelation, as you'll see from some of the clips I will send you later.
Yep.
But it's genuinely been a fantastic 4 hours. Thank you to Radio.io once again, and hope to have a look at the leaderboards and see who's really up there towards the end in a couple of days' time.
Awesome. And Zippy, any final words?
Yeah, this was a ton of fun. Glad to have had the opportunity to cast this, because I always participate in BTM. It's one of my favorites after I came back to the game. I love when there's an event that goes, hey, what if your team comp was weird? Solve this problem now. It's my favorite thing. So it's also why we do some of our class-only raids, because it's a fun, different problem to solve, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And last, our glorious leader, Adam number...
One.
Control. Yeah,
one.
Control,
Adam
please.
one.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah. Adam 1.
I don't like
Let it
being
out.
referred to as a leader, you know. We're all kings and queens here.
Okay. Well, how have you enjoyed the evening?
The event's been awesome. Huge shout out to Raider.io, all of the teams that entered. Yeah, just wanted to give our mods a little bit of a shout out here, because it's been a bit manic. But yeah, you guys are doing a great job. Super cool. Just to let you know as well, all of the absolute craziness that's going on at the moment, we actually have 2 events in the Starship community that I wanted to mention. So we have what I believe is the world's first dragon riding tournament. Head to starshipeu.org. You can register for that. That happens in June. You can also submit times on our website too. And then there's also the MDY, which is our own Starship's own Mythic Plus tournament with extra affixes. You'll see. But yeah, head over to starshipeu.org. You can register for both of those events. We would love to see all of you there. And yeah, that's kind of everything that I wanted to mention. But thanks for being awesome.
Excellent. Well, we have seen Warriors Charge and Ferals Leap, Holy Priests Dispel. It's been a wild, wonderful evening, and I want to thank everyone involved one last time. You've all been awesome. Well, that's it from us, from Starship and Raider.io. Until next time, goodbye from me, and from all of us here at Starship.